Is it not done? I guess I won't play any music this time. Goodness. It said it was a cover. Guess they didn't like that song. Adjourn it. And nobody's here. Okay, I'll look around. Do I did it done did it 420. Hey. There y'all are. Cheryl. Carolina. They didn't like that song, did they? Hey, Pat. Good to see y'all. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Kim. Echo, good to see you. Drop the link if anyone wants to hang out. I guess they took that down because of the song. No. There we go. Okay. Hey, Garrett. Good to see you. So I was just talking to nothing a while ago, I guess. Oh my goodness. Well, it was good to see Carl and Pamela happily getting along together. Hey, Phil. Good to see you. I can't believe that song got it taken down. That hadn't happened in a long time. Usually they just copyright me, not you're gone. Weird. So what are these files that everybody's talking about? Do y'all know? Hey Scott, good to see you. Some say control the masses. Yeah, well. I mean, the song was a little dark, maybe, but still, they did such a good job with it. They said, nope, too close to the original. Is it the JFK files? I just saw people talking about files over at Carl's, and I didn't know what kind of files. I haven't been looking at a lot. At the there was a couple of things that caught my eye today. What were they? Oh yeah, I got notices from YouTube. I'm sure they're not real happy about that. Okay. Yeah, there was something about Syria, the truth about Syria, Tulsi's Gym, the war on terror. I don't think that was it. Hinsville police fate. That was the city council meeting. Mm, the judges. The judges ordering these. Let's see. They're trying to. So the title is The Judge Who Ordered Deportation Flights of Venezuelan Gang Members Be Returned Faces Calls for Impeachment. So that judge might be impeached. But then there was another one. Judge finds Elon Musk likely acted unconstitutionally in shuttering U.S. aid source. That's from The Hill. And then a Navy warship is sent to the southern border to carry out Trump's immigration plans. But I just saw yesterday where they were in midair when he did it. Oh, wow. So the title says National Guard members killed in cartel ambush. And this was at El Paso. But it's the Mexican National Guard. Even though, it's horrible that they're still being attacked by cartel on the border. And then the people that were killed in the nightclub, that was horrible. Okay, that's all the horrible. We don't staying positive, right? So did they release any of the JFK files? Or is it just, hey Daniel, is it just another Lily? Good to see you. What do y'all know? And who made judges the power over all? They released them all, supposedly. So y'all haven't seen them. Pat, I would bet that is definitely a fact. It was just too convenient that he was able to swear in right there on the spot. To me, it was too convenient. I don't know. Yep, I agree, Kim. Even though I really, really like Lady Bird, she was just like my grandmother. She was just raised in East Texas, just like my grandmother. She was a sweet lady. Of course, I didn't know her while he was president, but I know that she did a lot of good things for Texas. We have wildflowers all over our highways because of her. Everyone says that LBJ is the one that started Head Start, but I think it was more Lady Bird than him. Your wife's meatloaf must be something else, and I still want to meet your wife. Oh my goodness. I want to thank everybody that came up last night backstage. That was much needed. I don't know where they are tonight. I know what time they woke up because my phone started blowing up. But, hmm. Thank you, 101. Is there other lives that I don't know about? I don't know. Carl, just going live? I can. Oh, they did rescue the astronauts and got them home. That's good to hear. Thank you. I hadn't seen that. Going over to my friend's house, she's giving away a greenhouse and tons of pots. In the greenhouse has shelves already built in them, and I just have to find somebody to load and unload. And I'm sorry about my coop roof. It just keeps on. Kohler, are you free to come up? Let me drop the link again. And I don't know what the link is you're putting. You know what? No, it still won't work. Darn it. This new setup is pretty good. It what did I do a while ago that made it so much easier? The screens. It just goes back to the screens all by itself. I don't have to do a lot of work on this one. Oh, okay. Thank you, Cola. Stands alone. Good to see you. Did you listen to it or read it or I'm just wondering if it's like, was it worth the 50-year wait or however long it's been? Nope. Oh, okay. Okay, Cola. No problem. There's Meat Puppet.
How you doing, Miss Bonnie?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm playing in traffic with all the stupid people.
That's always fun.
Kind of.
This sounds so much better too. Do y'all? Okay,
Yeah, no, it sounds pretty good.
if y'all hear a then we're in trouble. I don't know what it could
I,
be.
I was gonna say I hear a little background noise, but that's to be expected.
That's my the rattling. That's the roof on my coop. The wind is
Yeah, I was gonna
blowing.
say the wind is what?
The wind is blowing like crazy. It's
Ah, okay. Well, so that makes sense. Sounds
yeah,
like almost like someone's hitting a hammer on the roof or something. Is what it sounds like.
yeah,
But no,
yeah,
your setup sounds pretty good with the way you got it set up. Sounds like it's working pretty good for you.
yeah. I'm really liking this new layout and everything. I've got it in dark mode, and it just looks way better. It's easier to
There you go.
read.
Oh, dark mode is so much easier. That's why I keep my phone in dark mode so that if I'm doing something at night or if it's really bright, I put my phone in dark mode. It makes it easier to read.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm surprised there isn't more people. I just came from another live that just ended, and I seen you were live. I'm like, ooh, let's go see what Bonnie's doing.
I appreciate it.
Well, I still got a little bit more driving and traffic to do, and then I can shut down for the night. But since I got my hands-free device and my phone's mounted in a holder, I don't, I can do everything hands-free, thankfully. So, well, I can't see the comments from the wonderful people in chat. I can at least talk, as it were.
Well, the JFK files Kula said
got
it's
released. Yeah.
80,000 pages.
Wow, that's a lot of pages. I haven't had time to look to see if they released everything or what had been released, but I had heard that it got released.
And Echo said have to realize it's thousands of files, not just thousands of pages.
Right. I was going to say it's probably thousands of files with tens of thousands of pages is the reality, probably.
Good grief. And Pat's having high winds up at DFW also.
Dallas has still got high winds. Well, no surprise there.
Mm-hmm.
Amarillo had them a couple days ago. 2-3 days ago, maybe 4.
We've been having them. The gusts are just like.
Well, I know even over by over in Upper Illinois, over near Chicagoland, there was I think 2 days ago there was some wind advisories for 30 to 40 or 50 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah. Yeah. So when I look at my weather, it doesn't tell me the gusts. It just tells me the constant.
Right.
So what's it saying? See, it's saying 16 miles per hour. And I know the gusts are stronger than that because they darn near knocked me over. Oh, and we're up to 63% humidity. Are we going to get rain? Nope, no rain in the forecast.
Well, hopefully you guys will get some rain soon. Hopefully.
Hopefully, it's been a couple of months at least. We really need rain.
Only 2 things I can think of to try to fix that is pray for rain and maybe send a couple people out to do a rain dance.
Yeah, I keep praying because we keep having wildfires, just constant.
Well,
Almost,
is that? I know part of that is due to the dry underbrush, but I thought also maybe it was to the direct stuff from outer space, as it were,
I
that
don't know.
lights everything but the blue stuff on fire.
Right. Well, it's
And
been pretty
I could be
clear.
wrong, of course. It's been
Yeah,
what?
it's been pretty clear and just little
Well,
clouds,
that's
but
good.
um, I haven't seen anything unusual. Let's just put it that way.
Well, that's good. Not seeing unusual stuff is good. I'm currently up on the toll road running through northern Indiana right now, headed towards Pennsylvania.
Hey, just bored. Gotta bring your
And hello
plants.
to all. What about a plant?
Wildlife said he has to bring his plants in. Why?
Well, if he's the only thing I could think of is he's got a couple on the porch. He didn't want them to get damaged or something, maybe.
Yeah, maybe from the wind. Well, that's I was out there looking at my tomatoes and cucumbers. They're going nuts. They're growing like an inch a day.
That's pretty
I
good, though.
know. I was really surprised. So hopefully they'll start producing pretty quick before it gets too hot.
Oh, yeah, hopefully.
Yep.
But I mean, if they're growing good, hopefully that'll continue.
Yeah. I think it
I'm just
will.
glad I'm back at work. All that sitting around for the last couple months is driving me crazy.
I understand.
It's like I can handle a little bit of downtime, a couple weeks, maybe a month, 2 if I really had to. But usually by the end of the first into the second month, I'm starting to go a little stir crazy. Like, look, I got to get back to work. I like time off as much as the next guy, but
Yeah. I get to go on my first outing with one of my friends tomorrow, and
all right, where are you going?
into the big town. It's like population 40,000.
Oh, so you're gonna go explore the big city, huh?
If you call that a big city.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think any town with a population north of say 20,000, you could say is a big town.
Oh, okay.
Like there's a
Um,
town south about an hour south of where I actually live that's got a population of I don't know somewhere north of 30, 40, maybe 100,000. I haven't checked on that population in a while, but I know it's a pretty sizable town.
yeah. Well, they got a Walmart, HEB, Sutherland's. They don't have a Home Depot, but they have Sutherland's.
I'm sure
Maybe.
there's a Bucky's or a Wawa somewhere.
No, not a Bucky's. We have to go
Probably a
quite a
Wawa.
ways for a Bucky's. What's a
Uh,
Wawa?
it's another popular gas station chain in the South, but similar to,
I have
I
never
guess,
heard of.
liked better than Bucky's. But uh,
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe some of the people in chat can tell you. I don't know how to explain it right off the top of my head without trying to Google stuff. And that right now, since I'm currently in motion, is not a good idea. So, but from what I do know off the top of my head, it's some gas station chain uh, in the South that's fairly popular.
Um, we have what's become popular here that they're buying up all the convenience stores are building them. It's
Hmm.
called Texas Born. Um, oh crud! It's TXB. It's something like that. And
Oh, so kind of like a quick trip, but not really quick trip. Although, admittedly, I haven't been down to Texas in a while, so I'm not really super familiar with all the chains.
yeah, and uh, I don't know. It just
Of course, most of the time I went to Texas, it was right there in the DFW Metroplex, and then right back out again.
yeah. I didn't think you came this far south.
No, I mean, there's a few times I went down by Texarkana and down towards San Antonio once in around 2015 ish. Uh, although that one I was on the way to Houston that time, but even went to even went down by Waco once. I went over by Amarillo once.
There is a just west of Waco.
Hmm.
There's a convenience store. I'm not sure if it's a truck stop, but in the back of that convenience store, the best tacos, my daughter said. In fact, she wanted to drive to Waco just to get tacos. And I said, that's a really expensive taco. No.
Right. Well, that's like one place south of Atlanta, in Jackson, next to a Pilot truck stop. There's a guy named Old Rudy. He's got a barbecue stand with some really good sauce
Yeah.
and barbecue. That if I'm ever in that area again, I'm going to buy a couple gallon jugs and bring them back with me because he doesn't sell them online. I've had their phone number. I've called him and said, look, I don't know if you're willing to ship them, but if you are, I'll pay you. I'll send you the money to send it to me and give you the information because they don't
Right.
sell online. It's just all local sales. I'm like, so they
Aw.
called. They waited a day or two. The owner come by and they talked to him. And like, yeah, he's not willing to do that. I'm like, well, that doesn't surprise me, but okay.
And where's that at?
Uh, about half an hour to an hour south of Atlanta on I-75, a town called Jackson, Georgia.
Oh,
There's
okay.
a pilot. There's a pilot truck stop at that exit, and then a little parking lot. Uh, old Rudy's got a barbecue stand and room for, I don't know, 10 or 15 trucks to park.
Yeah.
And some of the best barbecue stuff I've ever put in my mouth.
Might have to have a Georgia Texas competition barbecue someday.
Well, if you do, and I can find a way near it, I'd love to be there for that. That would be some good food.
Yeah.
I mean, because Texas barbecue is okay. It's not my favorite, but it's good.
Texas.
Yeah, Texas barbecue. Yeah, it's good. I dare say, in some cases, really good.
I was
Uh,
gonna say, don't go to a restaurant and think you're gonna get good barbecue.
no,
It's
no, no. You got to go to the mom and pop places that are
well,
kind of out of the way.
yes.
Like there used to be one place in Missouri on I-55. I think
Uh oh. I think you hit a dead
it was out
spot.
of Illinois and runs in.
Oh,
Uh, can you can you hear me good? Am I back or did I?
yeah. Now you are.
Okay. Yeah, it might have been a brief dead spot. Well, so anyway, so in southern Missouri, there used to be one uh, on Interstate 55, exit 19, down near the Missouri border. It used to be a real good little barbecue joint. Uh, but I think last year, I think they ended up shutting it down. But anytime I find a good little out of the way mom and pop barbecue joint, I always mark it on my map and try to go back to the area.
Trying to see what that one place is called. I mean, I keep seeing them everywhere here.
Oh, the action team we're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, it is TXB, Texas born.
Oh, it takes me. I think I've heard that, but
So we only stop at those because hopefully they're really Texas
is it?
born. Well,
Is there any of those TXBs over near Texarkana?
I don't think so. I think it's more in this area. It could spread that far eventually, but right now they're, um,
Okay, so it's more a regional Texas thing. Okay.
yeah, I've just seen them like maybe within
I-
100-mile radius.
Ignore the beeping. That's my truck trying to tell me I'm too close to something else that I'm not actually close to. It's just being stupid.
Oh, you're fine. Oh, it's good to see you, Shadow. How are you? Morning.
Hello to the chat.
Yeah.
I haven't found out a way to shut off this little proximity beeper, but rest assured, when I do, I'm gonna shut it off because it's annoying.
Oh, he's got storms. Wildlife.
Right on.
We sure need some rain.
Is there any in the long-term forecast, any like 10-day forecast or whatever in the weather apps? Are they calling for any rain at all?
Nope.
So are you closer to Waco or are you closer to the DFW Texarkana side?
I am closer to um
And I'll need exact. I just rough neighborhood, as it were.
Like, I guess, well, Waco's not too far. Fort Hood,
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's enough region neighborhood. I can. Okay.
yeah. I mean, it's,
Hopefully, you guys will get some rain.
yeah.
I'll say a prayer or two later when I stop for the night and see if you can't pray for some rain.
Thank you. Prayers are good.
You want like a gully washer or well, maybe not a gully washer, but you definitely need some rain. It sounds
Yeah.
like anyway.
No, a gully washer usually just runs off. A nice steady rain would be good to soak everything down so we'll quit having these fires and my plants will be dancing out there.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh,
It's,
hey, there's another one that hopped in.
yep.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, another day in the neighborhood, playing with stupid people in traffic.
Nice. It's trending. It's definitely trending.
Oh, it's more than trending. These stupid people out here are about as thick as bugs on a bumper,
Mm,
as the saying
yeah.
goes.
You know you're going to have to interact with them. That's for sure. Can't avoid it.
Well, unfortunately, you're right. Lucky for them that I'm not allowed to run them into the ditch at will for their stupidity of their behavior.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Stupid behavior. Because, again, hypothetically, allegedly, I would totally do that if I was allowed to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure half of them's texting and driving.
Well,
Yeah, that's my proximity alarm. My truck thinks I'm like a quarter mile from another truck. It thinks I'm too close. Kind of stupidity. I haven't found a way to shut off that just yet, but I'll grab the manual for the truck, check a few YouTube videos when I park here in about an hour, and then find a way to permanently shut it off.
did you see the first one? What? Played a song. They took it down.
I totally missed it. They took the stream down or the song down?
Took the stream down. Everybody in chat was like, "What the?" And I was like, "Okay, the song's a little dark."
What song
It
was it that you were playing that caused them to take the whole stream down?
it was called "The Silence," and
Silence.
it was by an orchestra, and it was under the covers. But
Maybe it's a copyright claim thing where they just immediately hit you with a copyright and took it off.
well, usually they will just give me a copyright, but everybody in chat was like, "You're gone," and I'm like, "What?" They took it down.
That's weird.
So I was
Have you
talking
ever?
for nothing.
Sorry, go ahead. I wasn't trying to cut you off there, but go ahead.
No, after the song, I just started talking to everybody, and they're like, "You're gone."
Huh. That's weird. That is really unusual. So, have you ever heard of a band? It's a rock band called Skillet.
Skillet? I don't think so.
Yeah, like the utensil.
Nope.
No.
Skillet.
Matter of fact, well, I'm assuming you listen to more country music, yes?
I listen to all kinds of music.
All kinds.
Christian and country and rock
one artist you should look into that has a handful of good songs, country music guy by the name Drake Milligan.
Drake Milligan. Let me write
Yeah,
him.
Drake Milligan. One of his popular songs was "Sounds Like Something I Do" when he was on AGT. But he's an actual country singing performer in a band.
Sounds Irish to me, or
I don't know if he is or isn't. I'm not entirely sure, but I know he's done a handful of songs, and I've listened to him. He's a pretty talented guy.
isn't there a maybe it's Mulligan that I'm
Yeah,
thinking food.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Mulligan, that's the golf thing. Do over. You get a redo. But no, this guy's Milligan. Millo.
Yeah. Got it.
But he's got a bunch of good country songs. Uh, but the one most people have heard is "Sounds Like Something I Do" because he sang it on his America's Got Talent when he was on there with his band.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They took it down. Completely took it down.
They're like, "No orchestra for you, yoink."
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
That is.
Oh well.
Yep, pretty much.
I already have one warning. Hopefully it didn't give me another one.
Hopefully not, but I mean, with these people in charge, it's hard to say.
Yep. Yeah, they're already sending me emails, but I haven't looked at them. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh wait.
Emails are probably telling you why they took whatever down.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting day.
Yeah.
Got to see my oldest granddaughter. She came over.
It's nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Although I need to get a hold of some more of those giant pixie stick straws, so that way uh, when my nephew comes over, I can send him home to my sister with hyped up on sugar, but they don't come over that much.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a little while since she's been over.
Oh, see, that's the perfect excuse to get them hyped up on sugar and send them home to their parents.
No, she's 22. She's grown.
Oh, well, okay, so that's different.
She hypes herself up on sugar. Hey, John Dunning, good to see you.
Yeah.
She so while she was here, she brings me in a stack of mail, and I was like, I'm surprised they gave you my mail, because she grabbed a package for me, and
Mhm.
she said, no, I stuck this in my console and forgot to give it to you a little while back. One of them was a Christmas card that we were wondering what happened to it because it
Yeah,
never
now
showed
you
up.
know.
Yeah, it's been sitting in her truck this whole time. But she had the flu or something, and then her boyfriend got it, so she's been staying away because all that. She didn't want me to get sick, but still, Christmas
Yeah, that's 3 months ago now.
3, yeah,
Mm.
almost, yeah.
Although, side note, I was looking at getting a new customized Yeti mug because I have one a Yeti mug, but it's in my favorite color, of course. But I didn't have one that was customized because usually the only place you find it is like your Dick's Sporting Goods rather than on the website. But they come out with a new shade of mug, which is admittedly purple, but they call it aquamarine, which makes you think of like a blue or turquoise, but it's purple. I'm like, what?
That's weird. Hmm. Yeah.
It's weird. So it's got a name that doesn't match the color, but it is definitely a decent shade of purple. So I was looking at customizing it with a few personalized thingamabobs on it. I think with shipping and a color matching lid, the magnetic sliding things that go on your lid for the cup, shipping, taxes, everything out the door, I think was like $75. Where like
Goodness.
this time last year into the summer, I could get a customized Yeti mug for like $50 out the door.
Are you
So
saying Gilly mug?
saying what?
Gilly mug? Is that?
No, Yeti, Yeti, Yeti.
Oh, Yeti. I've seen
Like
that.
the snow
I don't,
creature.
yeah, like the abominable snowman. But
Gee whiz, I wouldn't pay that much for a mug.
well, like I said, I did some last year for some of my family members and friends, and got them at like $50 a pop.
Yeah.
Customized taxes out the door. Now they raise the prices a little bit, so now it's like 75. Now, I don't know if that's because I picked one in the new color, or if that's just all their stuff in general for the. I
Gosh.
think I was looking at a 30-ounce tumbler
He blew.
with the purple mug and lid and the customized graphic on it.
They've got a knockoff brand that
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of knockoff brands that you can get, but
works pretty well.
oh yeah, like I've got some, I've got two different Stanley cups. Uh, One is an actual Taco Bell branded official Taco Bell Stanley mug, and then I've got a it's a yellow. It's like a sunset. It's like a yellowish gold, a little bit of blue and purple Stanley mug.
Hmm.
Uh, I happened to run across one of the Christmas red Stanley mugs that I got for my sister-in-law.
Did you
So
ever
some of
get?
the do
Sorry.
what? No, go ahead.
Did you ever get one of those big jugs that they'd sell at the convenience stores? They're real fat and red.
Well, are you talking about the 100-ounce plastic mugs?
I think that's what it is. Yep.
I got
I
one of
had
those from
one.
Circle K. My buddy's
I had
mom is
one
the
from.
manager of one. She gave me one.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean they're not bad. I had one. What was it? Sometime between 2 to 5 years ago. I had one from a Huck's gas station, a 100-ounce mug, like $10. You fill up with ice and soda, whatever. But
Yep,
lately,
that's what I do.
lately,
Fill it up with ice and water in the summertime.
oh yeah. Well, like during the summertime, I'll go through like 12, two six. I'll get a 6 pack of water. Each bottle's about a liter. So I'll go through, in a week, I'll go through 12 liters of water during the hotter months.
yeah.
So I don't have necessarily a need for a 100-ounce mug anymore. Although I've had them in the past. Anymore, I just stick to the 30-ounce coffee mugs, whether it's a Stanley with a straw or like the Yeti 30-ounce tumbler magnetic slider on the lid for your coffee.
Yeah. That's those big ones. They're not real good for sitting next to you while you're driving.
They work pretty well. Like I said, the 30-ounce, whether it's the 30-ounce tumbler or the Stanley cups with the handles, both work pretty good for the setup I got in the truck. So,
No, I meant the big fat one.
oh, the 100-ounce ones? Yeah, those are the kind you just set it on the floor, you lean over, you pick it up, take a sip, and put it back down.
Shoot. Put
Or
it in
if
the
you're feeling
passenger seat, put a seatbelt on it, and put a straw, extension straw over there, right over there. You know.
There you
well,
go.
so that's one option. I've seen other people. What they'll do is they'll put double-sided Velcro on the bottom of the mug and to their dashboard, and then when they just Velcro it to the dashboard.
Oh yeah, they're hardcore. They're old school. There's Velcro and everything.
Yeah. I personally just left it sit on the floor. I was never that concerned about it being up on the dashboard.
I just strapped a crazy straw to the side of my head like a walk, like a microphone. You just want a little sip, you lean over like in NASCAR.
Right.
Are you one of those that's done that with a beer keg? I have.
No, I had one of them one time and don't know what the heck happened to it. I never used it. I got it as like it's just like a gag, a gag gift.
Yeah,
It was pretty funny. It's
I was
somewhere. I don't know what the heck happened to it.
they have a keg in the back of the truck up against the cab and a straw going in.
Oh yeah, you got to
I
get
don't
the
know.
fix one way.
Maybe the same little gremlins that steal socks out of your dryer stole the hat or with the straws or whatever.
Benford.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what's. Um, when I went to see my friend today, um, we were just talking about old days, high school,
Sure.
because my brother's coming and she's coming to the celebration and I was telling her what he keeps saying about she and I waiting for the school bus, getting high. And she said, "What?" And I said, "I know. I don't know where he's getting that from." And that so then we got to talking about the laws and she said, "Didn't they make it where we could get a medical card here now?" And I said, "Yes, but if you do that, then you can't have any protection." And she said, "What?" And I said,
That's
"Yeah."
crazy.
So wait,
And
if you get a medical card for the ditchweed, you can't have a pew pew card.
no. And she said, "Oh, but you can drink and drive and carry one."
That's
And I said, "Yeah,
I
pretty
was just
much."
say you can drink, drive, and drive with the ditchweed buzz, but you can't. Now, do they still allow up to a class 3 weapon open carry in Texas, or did they end up changing that?
As far as I know, it's you can carry any way you want to.
Well, no, I meant like up to a class 3. Like, if I understand correctly, that's up to they draw the line at like M60 or a saw, but anything below that, I guess, was open carry, I guess.
Oh, okay. I,
And again,
I
I could be wrong or misremembering part of it, so I'm not 100%, but on what weapon designates what class. But
I'm not sure either. I thought it was whatever.
that's what I thought too. But like I said, I could be wrong.
Because
Personally, I think since I do what I do, I think all the drivers out here doing what I do should be allowed to carry nationwide, unrestricted, as long as you've gone through a background check. Because it's technically your home away from home. You're sleeping in it. You're driving in it. I think we should be able to
Yep.
carry nationwide.
Yep.
But that's just me.
Well, I didn't even think about traveling across other states until somebody told me you might want to check
Yep.
the other states.
Well, and like most of the Midwest states, and when I say Midwest, I mean from like Wisconsin to Texas, Colorado to, or some of the states just east of Colorado over to Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky, kind of middle part of the country. Most of them, and I'm sure the laws have changed, but last I looked, most most states would let me carry, but I had to have the ammo separate from the weapon. I'm like, well, what's the? And I couldn't have one in the chamber. I'm like, so what's the point?
Right.
Because I can't call timeout and try to get one loaded. Say, hold on, Mr. Bad Guy, I got to load up first. That's not how that works.
Does that say good ones? And good to see you. I don't know. It's so like
Is
other states. I think Louisiana is fine. Mississippi and Alabama, I don't know what their laws are.
I'm not sure what most of them are anymore. I haven't looked in a while.
I think Kentucky's, Arkansas. Surely
There are some states that have that are just Second Amendment carry states now. You can just, as long as you're not a felon, you can just go ahead and carry.
Yeah. Right? It's only illegal if you get caught.
Well, I mean, that's one option. Not a good one, but it is definitely an option.
Yeah, Kiss Off. Did you notice that?
Is Ed in the chat? I haven't seen Ed in any chats in a while.
Ed? No.
Yeah.
It's been a little while.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Devil Dog or Chuck isn't in chat, honestly.
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to text Chuck whenever I go because he doesn't see
remember.
He said he's not getting any notifications.
Oh, you're live, and you happen to remember now that I mentioned it, so you could always just shoot him a message.
Yep. And it doesn't surprise me because that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, just send him a text like, "Hey, I forgot to let you know I've been going live, so I remembered I'm live."
Yeah.
I know. On occasion, he'll send me stuff on Facebook.
Yeah, he does the same with me.
Oh man, oh man. What a day.
What a day.
Well, yeah.
Yes, I was telling Cola, okay, I can't do these late nights. I need to get my schedule better. And I think she's wanting to do more lives. So I told her, I said, you need to be the late night person because she's up all night. So we'll see what happens.
I might start doing the 5:15 to 5:35 a.m. slot.
15
well,
minutes.
I can assure you that slot window, I will be asleep.
Me too.
Unless
There
I'm at a
you go.
shipper or something, but
Sweet dreams.
you know.
It may be the
talking
name of
early
the
morning to it.
podcast. Sweet dreams with what life? Who knows?
There you go. That sounds like a pretty decent name. Go with it.
Who knows? Might put
You
it
know,
on a shirt.
I still think someone should have a restaurant and call it "I Don't Care" as the name of the restaurant, and try to turn it into a chain restaurant that can go multiple states. So that way, when you're ask your husband or your significant other, whoever you what's for dinner, they say, I don't care. Okay, then you go over to the I don't care restaurant.
I don't care. Order a fresh batch of I don't cares.
Right, which is always never the case because then you mention a place and they're like, no, I don't like that one. Not really feeling like that. Oh, so you do care. You just didn't want to tell me.
Or like it was one time somewhere outside of Atlanta, we stopped at this pizza restaurant, and it was pretty cool. The outside looked like comic book characters or like something from a comic book. I forget the name of the
Mhm.
place, but make a long story short, we went in there, and everywhere you went in there was just comic book stuff and comic book characters everywhere. And then like
Nice.
all the pizzas and the stuff they had like comic book theme like names and stuff.
Oh,
That was
right.
pretty cool. They
Okay.
had a pretty good pizza too.
Yeah, I know there's someplace down near Indianapolis that's got like these tenderloins that are the size of a hubcap almost.
Mm.
That I've always wanted to get to try.
We
But
got a pizzeria, and um, it's too expensive. It was like crazy expensive, like $40.
$40. So that's,
Yes.
I mean, that's like that's 3 meals at McDonald's. Three. You get like a number 4, a number 3, and a number 1, and you're like $30-$40 with tax out the door, or higher depending on what part of the country you're in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're proud of that pizza.
I'm sure they are, but if they're too pricey and people can't afford it, then they won't be proud of it for too long.
Right. I don't think they're going to last very long.
Mm.
Although I do enjoy a little Caesar's jalapeno cheesy bread uh, when you can find the ones that still sell it.
The best place to get a pizza here is at that Texas Born place.
Huh.
And they're $15.
For what size pie?
Um,
Like a 10, 12, 14?
what's the normal size? Like,
I was gonna say most is usually, if it's a large, it's usually about 10 or 12 inches, depending on the
yeah.
Depends on
restaurant.
if I can eat it all or not.
Oh, I could eat it. I could definitely a 12-inch or a 10-inch. I could eat probably two. On a good day, I'd eat two to myself.
There he is.
You have been summoned, Big Chuck.
Hey,
I was
Chuck.
gonna say,
Hey y'all, for some reason I wasn't getting audio unless everybody was quiet.
oh, we were waiting for you.
Ain't wait for much.
I happened to we were having a conversation. I mentioned a few people to Bonnie, like in chat, and she's like, "Oh, I was supposed to send him a message to let him know I'm live." I'm like, "Well, send him one now since you remember." So how you been?
Living the dream, I guess.
That well, huh?
You guess?
So some days,
Trying to chew up $100 grand, that caramel's all in my mouth.
I see.
Wait, what?
Something with caramel, if I heard right.
I think that's what I heard too.
Oh man, oh, you living big. You got $100 grand. Shoot, man.
Dollar store 5-pack, they're actual full size. Like you go and get the candy bar, regular one, and it's got 2 of them in it. These are, you get 5 of these for $1, $1.20 or some shit. Hey, Blue.
That's not bad for 100 grand. Yeah.
That's better than a payday. $100 grand.
Yeah, Vicky likes the Reese's, and I can't do peanut butter.
I like the 100 grams are good. The Reese's are okay. I like the paydays are good. Or my personal favorite, I like the Heath bars, but I like to put them in the refrigerator for a little bit before I eat them.
Yeah, and slam them down and break them up small.
Payday's good if you have exhaustion.
Oh yeah, payday. If you're need a little pick me up,
You
eat that
work
payday.
your
That'll.
butt off. A Payday and a Gatorade. Quick
Yep.
kick to get you into the door so you can hit your bed.
Well, now if you need more than a quick kick, say you got to pull a double shift at the local fast food joint, or you need something that'll get you by about the next 6 hours. This is a try at your own risk, but I used to do a lot of fast food work. I had a 44-ounce cup. 25% of that cup was Mountain Dew, and then I put Nos, Monster, Rockstar, and
Um,
Red Bull all in the same cup with some ice. I was good for
no,
about I was good for about 8 hours, and then I crashed
no.
because at that
That
point I'd
reminds
already pulled one shift, and they want me to do another one, and I was like, yeah,
Had buddies of mine who used to work concerts,
Mm.
setting them up and breaking them down. And they made this stuff, I
yeah,
forget what to call it, but it had Tazo tea in it. Uh, they'd make it with Red Bull instead of water.
uh huh,
And they put something else in it, and they put 2 shots of those 5 hours in it.
Hey,
He said you'd be shaking and like a tweaker. But he said at the 6th hour, you better be sitting down.
you know that's interesting. I know there was a place I used to go to, a little small brick coffee hut kind of place you pull up to, place your order, and leave, called Java Joe's, and they would do like an ice cream shake mixture, but it had like fudge and coffee, some ice and whipped cream, and a few other uh, caramel fudge type topping, all mixed together. I had two of those, man. I had the first one. I was buzzing, and did this because I was one of the other times I was pulling a double because people didn't know how to show up to work. I had the one because I'd worked the night before and I had to get up. I was coming in for the morning shift, so I downed the first one. Was halfway through the second one by the time I walked in the door. Needless to say, after about an hour of just back and forth in the corner, talking 100 miles a minute like a physical woodpecker, I had knocked out 3/4 of the work that they needed done for food prep, and they sent me home. Said, you know what, we're good. You can go ahead and go home.
Speaking of
We
keep instant coffee around, go somewhere and order a large coffee, put your 2 tablespoons of instant coffee on top of that, then pour a pouch of hot chocolate in there. That'll have you bouncing for about 4 hours.
Yeah, that'll get you bouncing around a little bit.
I used to do that, but you didn't crash hard when you were done. But if you were at work and they had all that shit, then
Sure.
I'd do that, they'd get me through till it was time to go home.
Yeah.
Let me see
I
what's
agree
going
with
on.
Lily.
I'll be right back. Vicky's hollering there about something.
Okay.
No, you're good. I'm cruising through this little parking lot, trying to see if there's any spots to park.
mm.
That's bad for your heart. Those energy drinks. Don't.
Yeah, too many of the energy drinks are no bueno for sure. But
Isn't there some kind of a bar drink with a Red Bull and a something? Dos Equis? Is it?
I'm
I,
not sure. I know there's a few alcoholic drinks that they mix in Red Bull with sometimes, but I don't know what they're called.
I don't either. It's been too long. Well, we didn't have those back when I was bartending.
Got so many now.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a brand of liquor now.
I could
Yeah.
technically park here on the end. Although I'm
And
gonna
then
have to take a minute. Sorry, what were you saying, Bonnie?
I was just gonna say, and then Cocktail had to come out, and everybody wanted whatever they heard on that movie.
Yeah.
So I was having to look things up.
Yep. I don't think this will kick me down, but I need to pull up my maps for a second. So hopefully that won't cause any problems.
Are you driving looking at a map?
Not allegedly.
I hope not. Oh, you hear that?
Oh, I thought he was running over something. I thought he looked down at the map and hit something.
No, it's my chicken coop.
Heard a stray quail.
Wind's really picking up.
Man, yeah, it's blowing. Yeah, it was like that the other day leading up before the storm. Like the day before the storm, it was real windy, but that morning when it rained, what was it, Sunday?
We lost him.
Wasn't too bad. A lot of rain, but that was about it.
It's probably needed. Didn't you go a few months without rain? Also?
It'd been, I don't know, it's been some weeks.
Oh, okay.
I know last summer was real dry. Let's see.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask Chuck if those storms hit him, that because it looked like he was going to be in that big cluster,
I'm back.
that big glob that was covering the whole middle.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go up the road finding a spot to park.
Was you reading your map driving?
No, ma'am. I pulled over in the parking lot that is completely full so I could look to see how far the next parking spot was.
Okay, good.
I don't try to text or read or drive and all that.
Good
About
deal.
the limit is what I'm doing now with the hands-free, where I can one answer, one button press on and off, answer a call or voice chat.
Yeah.
So I got to go a little bit more up the road, probably about 30 miles, and hopefully there's parking there.
I think that's why my daughter used that Siri so much, because she would just tell it, call so and so, and it'd call.
Sure. Yeah. Well, Google's got the same one, but it's instead of Siri, it's Google. When you use the phrase to open it, like everybody who had an Android phone, I could say the phrase with the word Google in it and a command, and if it would probably pull it up on their phone and do it. So I could say something like, I don't know, hey Google, call mom, and then everybody's phone will start calling their mom.
It happens.
Right.
That's funny.
Yep. Or if they got an Apple, you'd be like, hey Siri, call Pizza Hut or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably just had about 5 people's phones go active when I said those two phrases, but
I don't know. I won't do it. No AI. Not happening.
No, it's not AI. It's just voice activation for if you want to open an app or a phone call.
No, okay.
It's just a task, automated tasking, not necessarily AI. Although a lot of the smartphones do have AI options, but for just saying, like you were saying with your daughter talking to Siri, saying, hey, do such and such, that's just a voice command and it'll open it up and so she can do it hands-free.
Well, her Siri wanted to give her life lessons life instructions or something like that when she said he was making her mad.
Life lessons, huh?
We'll discuss your emotions later. We talk about.
That's funny.
I was like, what?
Oh yeah, so some of the random YouTube shorts or Facebook reels that I've seen, a guy wanted to go to McDonald's and Siri was trying to route him to the nearest gym, uh, and they just had an argument back and forth. She threatened to have the brakes fail and run him off a cliff or some craziness,
Nice.
calling him a fat guy, fatso. Only she didn't use the word.
There you go.
She
Looking
didn't.
shit. You want to learn to sound Irish? Say that sentence on there real fast.
Will be foot.
Oil beef hooked.
And that's how Irish sound.
Yeah, it sounds like you say, "Well, I'll be fucked."
Oh, great.
Yeah, but with the Irish accent, depending on how thick the accent is, it can be hard to understand or somewhat easy to understand.
Yeah, they're usually easier to understand drunk. They slow down a little bit.
Well, if you're, yeah, I was gonna say, depending on what part of Ireland, because I know there's some parts over there that it can be super hard to understand.
Yes, that well, it's just like I've heard people say that there's some people from the South that they can't hardly understand. It's a real
I don't know. So some of this, I've
deep,
never had any problem with the Southern accent, but maybe that's just me.
We'll
yeah.
all be fucked, boyo. We'll all be fucked.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, he's redneck as hell from Shreveport, and well, he's from Keyfield, which is south of Shreveport. And he's all, "Hey Chuck, I'm gonna go mom and them. You want to?"
Heck yeah. Let's do it.
Jaunty.
You want to?
As long as I got some sweet tea, I'm down.
It's up to you if you want to or not, man. It's up to you.
In the directions too. You go 15 miles up there, you turn at Jimmy's house, and don't go to Lisa's place. You go. They had all these names and
Yeah. Start giving personal landmarks. Like, wait a minute, I don't even know Patricia. Who the heck is she? How did she get added into the directional mix?
Right. Something like go down to yonder, hang a left at the third tree, go down past the such and such, and
But or they'll say go down to the mailbox, but don't turn there. Keep going straight. And it's like,
Why even mention it?
See that big red sign? Don't pay attention to that.
yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
right.
Yep. A tire is a tar. Oil is oil.
Well, the other day I was talking to the girls, and I guess I was just talking faster. I don't know what happened, but I said wash, but it didn't come out wash. It was wash.
Came out
No.
worse.
Oh no, I really did it.
You know what? My grandma used to say wash with an R instead of with a normal pronunciation, and so I'll catch myself doing that. I was talking to a buddy of mine in like Discord or something on a call. And I said war. I kept saying wash instead of wash.
Yeah, my mom
And
was
it's
from
like,
Pennsylvania, her family. My dad's family was Tennessee, and he'd say y'all, and mom would say yun.
right.
Yeah, that's what they would say in Kentucky. Ewans.
Yep.
And
They would.
sport. That's fire comes out fire, 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 fire. I have to make it 2 syllables.
Where you want me to go pick them up at? Over yonder.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's always just right over there.
Yeah, just down there a ways.
And I don't know if it's as bad in South Texas, Bonnie, as it is over up here and in Louisiana, but a Coke covers everything. What do you want a Coke? Well, what kind of Coke do you want?
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Coke would
instead
be
of calling it whatever it is, they'll call it. Could be a Pepsi, could be a root beer. They'll still call it a Coke.
I say soda.
Sometimes they'll say soda. Sometimes they'll say pop. Sometimes if I want to be really irritating, I'll just say soda pop.
in Tennessee, they call it cold drink.
Yeah.
Tell them, give me a cold soda.
Yeah. I usually only do once every couple of weeks or maybe once a week. If I need a little pick me up, I'll do a soda. I mostly stick to tea and water, coffee.
It used to be bad about Dr. Pepper, and I can't stand them now. And I don't drink any of them. Big drink RC or Pepsi.
Yeah. No, I had, what was it? I had a little bit of cherry Pepsi yesterday. Need a little pick me up. I had a few sips of a cherry Pepsi, but
Kind of tastes like Dr. Pepper, don't it?
I like Dr. Pepper, the taste of it, honestly. I'll still get it on occasion, but
Yeah.
I've been trying to cut back on my soda consumption, so
Yeah, it's
I
terrible
don't
for
do it.
you.
I don't do it too much. Well, you know, in the early '90s, Dr. Pepper used to have ethylene glycol as one of its ingredients, which, in case you don't know, is diluted antifreeze.
Free.
Nice.
Or it's a cousin to antifreeze. It's
Well, unexpected bonus.
Right.
It's horrible.
But I think it was after like '93 or '94, they didn't have that in the Dr. Pepper ingredient list anymore.
they probably didn't take it out. They just took it off the list.
Well, that's probably what happened. I'm sure.
What was in it?
Ethylene glycol. It's diluted antifreeze, more or less.
Oh my goodness. Well, that could be because I
Yes,
know
well,
they use that to clean blood off the highways.
Well, right. So, like, if you've ever looked at a bottle of antifreeze to see what's listed on the label, it'll list ethylene glycol. And then I went one time, like '92 or '93. I went over and after class, and I was drinking a lot of soda back then, so I'd go grab a Dr. Pepper and looked at the label and seen ethylene glycol. I'm like, what the hell?
They say take a Coke and a root beer or a Pepsi and root beer, mix it together, and it tastes like Dr. Pepper. That's kind of where it comes from. But
Right.
I know it's different. Dr. Pepper was made by Dr. Pepper, and it was a mixture of essences and fruits and stuff. And then they had a soda fountain and splashed it in it. But
Yeah.
23 flavors in Dr. Pepper, and there's 23 pairs of chromosomes in the human body.
There's
yeah, and Five Guys don't taste like they have one guy in there. So
a Dr. Pepper museum in Waco.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
D,
What up, guys? Hi.
Hey, D.
Hello, my lady.
How are you?
All
Good.
is well. All is
Doing all
well.
right. I'm out in traffic with all the stupid people.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hate to be around stupid people.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful.
It's
thing.
annoying, but my vehicle's bigger than them, so they tend to behave themselves most of the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. Like when I drive my big Ford 350 truck. Get out of my way, everybody.
Yeah, mine would drag your F-350 down the street and then some.
what the stupid
Optimus
people even have
Prime.
telling you anything.
Man,
What's
I
going
still
on?
think. Sorry, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Nothing. Just what's going on.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
as previously stated, playing in traffic with stupid people, trying to find a way to get them to let us have us truckers just once every couple months have a purge day where we can legally run people off the road with impunity.
We're not going to go for that. Okay,
allegedly.
that's a hard pass. That's a big no. I'm not doing
That's
that.
why
Well-
Coke was invigorating because it had cocaine in it.
Well, look, Coca-Cola used to be green because they had cocaine in it, but
Yeah, that's what cocaine.
Green.
I'll bet it was
Yep.
so good too. That's the drug they really wanted Americans on. They didn't really want them on the marijuana because it makes them
No.
lazier than the Coca-Cola or whatever we call it.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine what that would have tasted like.
Well, that's how they got people addicted to Coke is to the soda was they put a little bit of cocaine in there so they would want to drink the Coca-Cola.
They said the Mexicans used to chew on the cocoa leaves in the field
Yeah.
and stuff.
That's what I was going to say. You brought that up. I know a buddy of mine owns a plant farm over here, and some of the guys that work the greenhouses and stuff, I could see him open this little thing of foil when I was working on stuff there.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you pulling out of that foil? What's it, banana leaves or something? He's like, "No, fuck that.
Dun dun
Yeah.
dun.
Gets me through till dinner time."
Well, while I'm thinking about it, if you're out and about somewhere and you see a guy that got out of his semi truck and he happens to be a bull hauler and he offers you a toothpick, do not take it.
What's a bull hauler? What does that mean?
The guy, the cattle truck, it's a semi truck, has got all the cattle or the pigs or whatever in the back.
Yeah.
The trailer looks like it's full of holes, but it's actually just a cattle trailer or pigs.
Toothpick, drugged or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Why would he
Yeah,
give
so-
someone a toothpick?
Well, sometimes you'll be out walking around, like, hey, you want a toothpick? And most people say,
Fuck no.
sure.
I don't even need to be told no. Like, fuck no. Thank you, stranger.
Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It'll just keep you awake for the next 36 hours with zero problem.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not taking no substance from no stranger anymore.
Mm-mm.
Those days
Right.
are over, okay? We ain't had a
Yeah,
Grateful Dead
possibly.
show, so no thank you. What is that beeping noise? I was trying to listen to you guys at dinner, and my husband's like, I can't do that.
Well, the beeping noise is on my end because I'm in
It's
traffic.
definitely code for something.
Well, it's not code. It's an actual beeping sound that says it thinks I'm too close to another vehicle, but the nearest vehicle
Well,
is
stop
like
it. Stop
I'm
doing
not.
that.
No, listen. I can't. A, I cannot control it. B, I'm like a quarter mile from the nearest truck, but it's still beeping at me. There's nothing I can
Oh,
do.
well, that's
You're too
stupid.
close. You got to social
Yeah,
distance a little bit further.
Eighth of a mile, quarter mile.
Phil.
It thinks I'm too close to another truck, even though I'm clearly not. But whatever. I haven't found a way to disable it yet.
Yeah.
It thinks I should drive it, 40 miles an hour all the way down the fucking interstate. Excuse my language.
Probably detecting that guy that's looking to give somebody a toothpick. It's the radar going off.
Yeah, that's the toothpick radar. Yeah, that's
Hey,
what it
big
is.
fella. I got the flavored
Doug-
ones.
Doug
Me too.
Mastriano. I don't know about him, but I did hear about another senator who got arrested because he was set up with an underage girl.
Mm.
I think he was Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken.
He's on
Minnesota.
the P Diddy plan, huh?
Uh-huh, exactly.
They got him.
They got him. They arrested him. But I don't know who Doug Mastriano is and what is the relevance of that. Can you tell me more, Kiss Off? Because I'm not sure what that means. You got a key to the White House. Who the hell is that? Who's that guy?
He is the I'm not sure if he's the rep or the governor, Pennsylvania.
Oh, the Commonwealth state, huh?
Yeah.
Mm.
Isn't that something? Good to
Oh.
see
I'm going
you
to
all.
Pennsylvania.
He's the senator. Okay, he's the senator from
Not that button.
Pennsylvania.
Well, that's interesting. Pennsylvania was one of the first ones that tried to assemble.
Yep.
And, Centralia started. That was the underground fire that's still going on. And we've all experienced now. We've seen Paradise, Maui. What was the last ones that had fires? Tennessee or Arkansas or something?
They got something going on in Arizona too now.
Oh, great. Oh, I saw that too. Trump pulled all the Secret Service from Hunter. The hunted has become the hunter has become the hunted. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Some of it that is all the stuff that the ones that was signed is saying all these people are okay to do what they want. It was somebody else signed it. It wasn't Tate that did it.
Yeah. What happened to your first stream, Bonnie? I saw you were live for a minute and then you weren't anymore. Did something happen to her?
Yeah,
She
the
played some
song.
naughty music.
Oh, you were naughty?
yeah.
Oh my gosh. Bonnie was naughty. It does happen, you guys. You think she's all innocent and stuff. It's not true. Not really that innocent. She's not really that innocent.
Y'all did it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they get on you about stuff like that, but then you have some kind of diddler show or diddler music on there and they'd let it.
You wouldn't believe what they allow. What we saw last night, I'm just like, oh,
Whoops. Oh, shit. Sorry. He got screwed over running for governor. We all know he wanted. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Shadow Scout Swede. Good morning. Or good morning.
yes.
Good morning. Good morning. I don't know.
Good morning to you.
A good morning to you. How do you
Good morning
do?
to you.
Have you ever heard of? Go ahead, buddy.
I was just gonna say he's having his morning coffee with us.
Wonderful. Oh, I hope it's good. Have you ever heard of Dogger Bank? Has anybody ever heard of? Who'd we lose?
Meat puppet.
Did he say goodbye or did he just drop us like a hot potato, like I did last night on your backstage?
Look who went to go with them
That's-
toothpicks.
Second time he has done that. I think he'll be back.
Oh yeah. That stinking wing nut tried to tell a gross. He's tried to share the worst scene he ever seen in a movie before. And it started with a refrigerator. I said, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. And then he kept going. So I had to get out because I didn't want to picture it in my head, whatever it was.
I know you just
I said, bye. I was so tired. I went to bed soon too. I almost texted you, but I'm like, you know what? She knows I'll be back tomorrow.
Who was doing that?
Wingnut. He's a big troublemaker. He's probably listening right now. Carolina, my love, hello. Chessboard has told you to check your email like 5 times since I've been seeing you today.
yes. And I will do that. Thank you, chessboard.
I will remind her too. There you are, me.
Sure you will.
Hey, Blue Butterfly. You changed your avatar. Blue Butterfly changed your avatar, everybody. Breaking news, everybody.
Yeah, I'm back. I have to go check my travel map for tomorrow.
Damn.
What? I'm done driving for today, though.
Somebody's having fun.
Somebody is.
You're done driving for today? Are you pulling over now?
That's why I disappeared for a minute. I was checking my map after I'd pulled over and stopped,
Nice.
so I can see how much more driving I have to do tomorrow.
What you hauling? Is it a secret?
It's frozen food.
Oh, nice. You do the
Um,
refrigerator stuff. Do you have to have a special
Yep.
license or anything for that? I mean, I know you have to have commercial, but to operate that type
no,
of
just a commercial, Class A.
what do they call those again when they're a refrigerated truck?
Refrigerator.
Reefers.
Reefers, yes.
Reefers.
I'm like, reefer, that ain't what I remember reefers being when I was a teenager.
Right.
Well, most of us are too lazy to
His
say.
idea of reefer is 2 different things. You want what he does and has after you have your reefer on.
Yeah, that's
Right.
right.
Now, see, most of us who haul refrigerated trucks a long time, we'll call it reefer because we're lazy and we don't want to say refrigerator all the time, so we just call
It's
them
4
reefers.
syllables.
Right. So we just say reefer.
Refrigerator. Fun. It's 5 syllables. Reefer's only 2.
Right. Which is obviously a reefer.
A lot
Yeah.
of people don't know what a wiggle wagon is.
I don't.
Wiggle wagon. I do.
A wiggle wagon's a piggyback. That's when you got 2 trailers on one truck.
Yep. Doubles.
Oh,
Oh, I hate to see those.
On a
Doubles
wiggle
or
wagon,
some will haul
it's
triple.
Going down the road, it's really wiggle. Look like a snake going down the road.
oh,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah, those guys who haul the doubles and triples, man, hats off to them because I'm not.
They won't allow those triples in California.
California is stupid. Most people don't want to
insane.
go there.
Yes, I know.
I think my personal opinion is the only reason people still live there is because they can't afford to leave.
No, that's not true. Most people could sell their house in California and live anywhere in the country they wanted to.
Yeah.
The real estate is expensive. I could move out here and, I mean, shoot, I only paid $300,000 for my property in 2003. I'm on 18 acres and I had a couple houses that were really neglected. So that's why, because they were fixer uppers. But it was
Sure.
either that or have a cute little dollhouse in the middle of town. We couldn't afford the nice house in the country too. So, but
Right.
now, I mean, I could sell my 18 acres for, who knows, probably $700,000 or $800,000 at this point. I could live anywhere, but my husband won't leave. He will not leave. So he loves it here. He loves his job, his business, and our property is beautiful. It's just you got to deal with all these libtards. That's the downfall of it.
Libtard.
Yeah.
And the weather's great. Yeah. I mean, I have to stop dogging on California because I used to real bad, but it's kind of hard.
In California because of the weather and family.
Yeah, the weather's great. I mean, you really can't beat the weather except for if you're in the South and it's hot all the time.
You can check out anytime you like. You just can't ever leave.
You can never leave. Wow, 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 wow.
Hotel California.
Semi trucks with no drivers. How's that? You know, it just sounds like a train system, don't it, Cheryl?
Well, they're testing in some areas the automated truck, self-driving trucks, but it's not doing too well.
Good.
Last I heard.
No,
That's
stay.
like-
No
I
pilot.
had a bunch of their people was going to do a walk off. They were going to go on strike.
Mhm.
He told them to go ahead. He wanted to do a dry run of his robots. And he said, well, if it works out, he goes, you might as well, y'all could just stay home too then.
Yeah.
Basically telling them he's got a replacement for them. If they don't want to pull their shit, then they go home and stay there.
There
Yeah,
you
the
are. I was
problem-
wondering where you were, Devil Dog. It's after the 15th. Maybe you could come up here. It's after the 15th.
What is?
I don't know. He was busy till then.
Are you leaving?
Real. Dogs. My dogs don't eat alfalfa. So, yeah. And then your stupid thumb drive. I'm picturing it now in my head. This stupid, ugly thumb thing.
I'll put the link just so you can. Yeah.
My friend Marjorie said something funny to me today, and you guys just were saying it, using that word too. But she said, "I got my wiggle on." I had to write it down. I said, "You got your wiggle on? That is hilarious." She's like, "I just made it up."
I see.
I said, "Right on." I have 2 very good streams lined up to do. I was going to stream today. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What, life? It's too early for you to drop down. No.
Wait, who dropped down?
Unacceptable.
What life?
What, life?
Oh,
He
Maybe
sings
that's an
to us sometimes. Sings.
Everybody's been trying to get him to sing in
He
chat.
sings sometimes. He'll just like belt out a line or two once in a while, you know?
He and Carl were doing that over there.
Yeah.
Carl was live for a minute.
I saw him. I was lurking a little bit here and there, but I was busy.
Yeah.
But Lansing elected, sir. You can't people anymore today. Ah, damn it. I know how that feels. I feel like that a lot. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Do it.
Sometimes people make you want to choke the shit out of them, don't they?
Yeah. A lot of times. Really.
That's
Most times.
my peopling sometimes is usually out of order. My give a damn got busted a long time ago, and I haven't fixed it.
Oh, hell yeah.
My fields of fucks are empty.
Oh, so gone. Empty. Behold. Empty. No more. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready. I got a couple streams I'm ready to share. I was going to do it today, but
We all heard it. That guy that sings about I have no fucks to give, and it's like almost like concert music the way he sings it.
Are you talking about Ricky and the Boss?
Might be. I don't know the name of him.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube and Facebook. He posted a lot of videos. Ricky and the Boss talks about zero fucks to give.
well, I mean, if you're an activist and you're trying and you're fighting like hell, you do have more to give, but just some days you just don't, you know. Some days you just don't.
Right?
My give a fuck meter has pegging out at 0. Yeah, I feel you. I got an interesting text today. So I'm in 3 lawsuits right now because my husband has hired a couple firms to deal with people trying to extort us. Was EDD. They started off last year and they put a levy on our account on our taxes and took $9,000 back because they wanted all their COVID money that I got when I was working at the preschool. They wanted it all back. So they took $9,000 last year. Then this year, they sent a letter at the beginning of the year. They were like, well, we need another $10,000. Then it was 20. Then it was 30. $45,000 it got up to. They just kept, we're just going to come for you. And so he hired this law firm, and I did the hearing a couple weeks ago, and we won where they only want me to pay back one week out of 26 weeks. I don't even know how much it was going to be, but it's all their penalties and fines, right? It's at 30%. That's where they get you. They stick you with all this shit. So that one was one. Then the other lawsuits are, one is for wrongful termination, not wearing a mask, and the other one was for workman's comp. And so there was supposed to be a hearing tomorrow, but my lawyer called or texted me today, and she said this: ahead of the deposition, I've received an initial settlement offer I'd like to discuss with you. So workman's comp wants to settle with me. I have no idea what they might offer. I didn't even expect anything. They just asked my husband, well, did your wife suffer any kind of, like insomnia or this and that? He was like, or depression, anxiety. He's like, oh, hell yeah, all that, Is this the guy? So anyway, that's my news. That's kind of exciting. We'll see what happens.
Oh yeah, this one.
Oh, I've seen this cat. He is so fun. Oh my gosh, yes. Sherry.
I tried, and I tried even more. I cried, and I can't recall what for. I pressed, I pushed, I yelled, and begged in hopes of some success. But the inevitable fact is that it never will impress. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have run dry. I tried to go fuck shopping, but there's no fucks left to buy. I've no more fucks to give. The more fucks I've tried to get. I'm over my fuck budget and I'm now in fucking debt. I strive to get everything done. I played by all the rules, but I very rarely won. I've smiled, I've charmed, I would have laughed, alas, to no avail. I'd run round like a moron to unequivocally fail. I've to give. My fuck fuse has just blown. I've been hunting for my fucks all day, but they've upped and fucked off home. I've no more fuck to give. My fuck rations are depleted. I've rallied my fuck army, but it's been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or the expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense. The complete form of acknowledgement has now begun to go, and I've come to realize that I don't give a fuck. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks are blown away. My fucks are now so fucked off they refuse to fucking stay. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have gone insane. They come back round and pass me while they're fucking off again. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all dissolved. I plan many projects, but my fucks won't be involved. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all been spent. They fucked off from the building and I don't know where they went. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks to give.
Yes,
Yep, that's the one.
I'm with him.
Are we
I'm-
still alive?
He's
You never heard
great.
that one,
Very
Brian?
good looking man, too. He's a cutie. Wasn't he, ladies?
Y'all invite him to your next pot party.
Hell yeah. Come on down, buddy.
I bet he'd do pretty good at like Renaissance fairs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I'd want out of that is some of that honey mead. That's the only thing I care about in them things. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Chuck, I thought the only Renaissance was over there in Montgomery, but they have them all over the place. We just had one not far from us.
Yeah, Vicky used to go to one of them over down below Waco. My daughter,
Yeah.
it was down there below Waco. That might be somewhere close to you down that way. She said it was
Mm-hmm.
3 or 4 hours from here. I don't know how far it is to your house from here, but
Fucking A.
4 hours, about halfway, whatever. I don't know.
6 hours. 6 hours to your house.
Maybe.
Right. And then we all get quiet.
Yeah,
Happens.
yeah. Because
Sometimes it actually happens.
I think here shortly I'm going to step down and think about cooking some food and go to bed.
Yeah, like Paul and I spent a good deal of the day outside, and then this room up here, I got 2 windows open up here, so I've been keeping a damn headache. It seems like something pushing in the corner of my eyes, and it's going through all my sinuses. It's just,
Did y'all get any of those storms, Chuck, when that big blob was all over the place?
yeah, we got some of that. But over north of here, tornadoes went through, headed towards Blanchard in Louisiana, and they got a bunch of hail and stuff. And a buddy of mine lives in Blanchard. I was on the phone with him, and he goes, I don't know what to do. I said, go get your damn tub and stand in it, squat in it, or whatever. He goes, I'm too fat old to sit down in a bathtub. I said, well, go drag, get some blankets and pillows and go in there. He said he went in there and leaned against the wall and slid down some and put his blanket and pillow over his head.
It looked like you were going to get the edge of it there.
Then last week, the storms that come through, he had hail, all hell break loose. It looks like when he's showing it, to me, it looked bad. And he goes, I didn't get the bad part. By the time I got my phone, got it on record, he said it was barely hailing, and it looked like it was hailing bad to me. So I was out on the porch, and it sounded like it was hailing hitting that metal roof on the porch, but I didn't see any hail. But I was out there, all of a sudden the wind picked up, and next thing you know, it just started raining. It was like, so I got to looking, and it said something about hail hitting Blanchard and North Shreveport and all that. And I was like, yeah, there's a tornado somewhere if it's hailing that bad.
Yeah, there were a lot of tornadoes. And
I think that same storm carried 19 of them through Missouri.
yeah, they went through Arkansas.
If you live in Hawaii, it's beautiful the weather. Then you got to deal with a tornado, hurricanes, and lights that make your house burst into flames.
Yeah. I don't want no more hail. That last one, I still don't have my kitchen window in.
Weren't
I
they
saw
supposed to-
some hail balls that were bigger than a golf ball somewhere. Where was that? In Tennessee with those tornadoes?
Have a good day, Shadow. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I remember seeing them. I saw them as a kid in the 80s up in Ohio, IGA store up there, and I was going to get a pack of cigarettes. I just pulled in you remember the little gas stations that had the sloped window in the front, and it just had the booths in there and maybe a couple
Yeah.
Coke machines?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you put it in through the tray. Like,
And they had the big metal roof over it. I just pulled under it. I heard something like somebody dumping a load of gravel into a metal bin, and I got out of the car and looked, and the hail was coming down. I seen it bouncing in a grocery store across the street, and it looked almost baseball size. And you
wow.
could see windows busting out of buildings, and people were wrecking and shit. It lasted about 30 seconds, and it just stopped.
Hmm.
As I come out of there, I got my car. It was the ground was covered in that hail. And that IGA store, every car in that parking lot, it beat the windows out of. Some of the stores' windows were busted. I got home and Mom and Dad were freaking out. What happened? Where'd you go? I think a tornado come through because it said the hail or whatever. And I went up to get a pack of cigarettes. I was up under the canopy up there. So
You guys have had a lot of crazy weather too in Texas. You've had it all the last couple months, it seems like.
they're targeting us because of the stuff at the border, I think.
They're just, it's just dry here. We just keep getting the fires because
Yeah.
it's so dry.
Best weather money could buy. It'd be people standing here knee deep in water, and the other, like where Bonnie's at, they're over there with the ground like chalk.
Yeah.
I agree, Jerry.
Now YouTube ain't showing that damn congressperson. Earlier today, when I was scrolling through it, there were like 4 and 5 articles about this congressperson that he was set up. They've been doing a lot of that, setting people up, and then it turns out it's a sting.
Giving them rope to hang themselves with.
Yeah, he was going to meet the underage girl, and I can't freaking find a thing on it now.
That's like Schiff. They don't make fire.
Yeah.
For him.
You know what I read about that too? Have you guys ever read that that rumor? I'll just put it that way because it's not proven about Anthony Bourdain
Yeah.
and Adam Schiff.
Yeah, I've heard some stuff. I've heard that he knows stuff. That's like what's his name? That I can't think of his name now. He played in movies and stuff. The one that said he jumped off a bridge.
Cappy. Oh no, the Cappy. Yeah, he was an actor too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, Schiff,
was-
I guess. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
He was friends with Seth Green. I think Schiff is too.
Yeah.
Seth Green was big time. He ended up finding this secret room and went in there, and that's what started all that shit, which led to him unaliving himself, but he didn't.
Yeah, what it was so supposedly, I mean, this is just a meme, right? I'll just read you the meme, but some of it, that's shitty. Come on, come on, come on. There it is. If you screenshot that for a minute, you can. Oh, it gone. But it supposedly he was at a hotel room, and so was Schiff. And there was some shady shit going on with a kid, and he was the witness. But then he ended up dead months later. So
Imagine that.
man,
Mom dropped me. He goes, something with all this shit going on. He was talking about it. He said, something ever happens to me. He goes, I'm not unhappy with my life.
oh yeah, Cappy.
No, Bourdain. He's
Oh
like,
yeah,
I don't want to kill myself. He was friends with
yeah.
the guy that played Negan on the zombie movie. What was the name of that zombie show that was on for like 3 or 4 years and it still runs now?
Oh,
Oh, and they were detectives.
No, it's the ones where it's post-apocalyptic, got the zombies and people living.
yeah. Shit, I can't. The Walking Dead. Is that it? Yeah.
Negan, the bad guy on there, and him were friends, and they'd go out riding their motorcycles and shit. Him and the one Daryl played on there.
Egan or whatever his name was.
Anthony Bourdain was on there.
He was friends with them.
Oh no shit. Huh. I didn't know that. Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
D-Dog, I'm afraid to play that.
She's scared. She's scared. She already got one taken down, and you ain't even here anyway, Mr. Camp People today. So why should we play that song for you? Oh, my horses, dogs all the time and shit. So rude.
Well, y'all, I'm gonna jump off here. I love y'all. I gotta get a pack of cigarettes.
Good to see you again. It's nice to see you around again.
Y'all take care.
You too, Chuck.
Don't
Much
be
David
love.
N wants us
You
all to
and-
do it live. David N want to know if everybody want to get together and do something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, go
he's
live.
out there.
Come.
I sent him a message, but I don't know if he's out there. And he wanted to do one with me a while back and get everybody together and reminisce and stuff.
Good night, D-Dog.
All right, well, we'll see y'all later.
Take care, Chuck. Thanks for coming up.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
I didn't win. I wanted you to come up here later.
Yeah, what did I put up there? What did I put up there and it's gone?
What?
I don't know. I'm seeing things.
Oh, in the chat?
Yeah, and I thought I highlighted it, but I don't see it now.
I don't know what you put.
It's playing tricks on me tonight. I just can't believe, usually I just get a copyright. If they think the song was too good, copyright. Every time, copyright.
What'd you play?
The silence.
Oh.
I was like, okay, it's a little dark, but, it's like the music.
I don't know that song.
I don't know. I need to put something in the description. I saw this guy. Oh, I posted it on my community page. It's all of Fleetwood Mac's. And in his description, he put I don't claim any copyrights to this music. It's for educational purposes only, or something like that in the description. And so I guess that's how you can. And he put the Fair Use Act. Hey Tracy, good to see you.
I
Lisa,
didn't see it.
good to see you.
But I just found a pretty interesting report from the FBI of a redacted nature of the JFK, and apparently JFK called Biden a traitor in this one here. 19, let's see. Now, how could he?
Because he was oh my goodness, he's been in politics forever.
Right, 50 years, right? So, but I'm trying to see what this date was because it says 94. Well, that couldn't have been then, but that's when this document come out, right? Boston, personally delivered by special agent, blah, 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 blah. What's this say? Envelope postmarked Worcester, Massachusetts, August 24th. Senator hearing handwritten out. I don't know. The dates are too old. You are a traitor. Handwritten printed letter dated 8/26/94, beginning, Dear Senator Biden, you are a traitor. John F. Kennedy Jr. Oh, so it was the son. It was the son.
Calling him a traitor.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. That's the first I've even really looked at anything. I was just trying to find that one thing I told you about. Hey, Lisa. Interesting that it would be that and not Diddy or MLK. You think? I don't know what's going on. Didn't Bongino just get sworn in yesterday too? Seems like he just got sworn in yesterday.
Maybe that said that circulated before.
Has it? Well, I'm not surprised. It's from 1994. I never heard it before, though. I will not be digging through the JFK files. That I can tell you.
Yeah, I saw. It's like a crazy amount of. Each one of us take 1,000 pages. See how
Right? If you want to go through it. Project Bluebeam is going on somewhere in, I think this is in Florida or something. Somebody's showing that. I mean, that could just be CGI too. You know what I mean? Somebody could just be putting that together, but that's what they're supposedly recording somewhere out in the ocean somewhere.
Oh my goodness.
Mysterious off the Atlantic coast is what it's saying. Did you see that? You could do that in a studio though, really. That could just be total bullshit.
That's
seriously.
true.
I mean, I just can't even believe anything I see. I'm sorry I even shared it. But it could be true too, because when I saw our ocean getting lit up one night, it was blue, but it was coming from the water. It was there was some exercise going on out here, and I think it was in 2022. I was on the phone with Carolina, and I said good night, and then I walked outside my she shed, and the ocean just lit up all blue. It was like 2:00 in the morning. I recorded it for 2 hours. I recorded it.
Oh my goodness.
And I never really shared about it because I didn't want to interrupt no kind of exercise or anything. You know what I'm saying? But I did record it. I did record it. It's from Cocoon. Ultra MAGA Patriot. What's up? Cola. Cola in the house. Cola, cola, cola. Things will drip out. Drip, 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 drip. I was having fun with you yesterday in the back room until Wingnut, Cola. That Wingnut is such an asshole. Wingnut, I know you're listening.
You'd be calling him out.
Call him out. What an asshole. Don't tell us your worst thing you ever seen and wish you never seen it. Why are you fucking sharing it then? I don't understand that. I don't want to share with you all the worst thing I've ever seen and describe it to you. I'm too visual for that. I can't handle that.
Yeah.
I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I still just got to be me. Can't be helped. Apparently, I'm pissing Devil Dog off quite a bit lately, though. Yeah. I didn't know. Oh.
I think he was mad because I wouldn't play the song. And then
Yeah, but I got the brunt of it.
Denver said it was a good song, and there's Yorga. Hey, Yorga.
Yorga. Oh, Tin TV over now?
Did you listen to it to see what the song is?
No, because I got up here with you.
And I can't listen to it unless I do it on my phone, and then but then y'all hear it unless I mute. And
Yeah, I'm into calling people out tonight. Bring it on. Where are you assholes? Come on up here. I got some things to say. Apparently I got some more fucks to give. Bring it on. Tired of all the bullshit. Tired of all the spoon feeding and all the little crumbs and dribbles and just like, come on, was something already good happen? Really good. I mean, I'm glad we got rid of 250 pieces of shit. That's great. No, I'm not in my she shed. I'm in my home. My she shed doesn't get very good reception down there. I have Starlink up here, but down there I'm on my mom's internet. It's like AT&T or something. So, but I was what?
Wildlife's internet kicked him.
Oh. But I was looking through some videos yesterday on some different channels that I have, and there was this one of me and Sarah, and we were in the shed, and I was looking at it, and it was so choppy. But what was cracking me up about it is I went live. Sarah and I did a video where I distilled cannabis through my new machine that I had got to distilling. Yeah. And so I was like, Sarah, let's do this live. And she hated going live so much. And it was so funny to me.
I saw that.
Every time I turned the camera on, she like just puckered up and froze up and didn't hardly say anything. She got so just frozen, you know? And it was funny because in this video I was watching in the very beginning, like the first minute I went live, she walked behind me and she looked down and she saw herself and she could see and her face just went like I can't even do it, but it just, oh my gosh, it made me just miss her so much too. And I was so happy that I had that though, you know, because you could see it all over her face. You could just see her totally get uncomfortable. But I would make her do it. I didn't care. I was like, Sarah, we're going live, you know. And she'd be like, she tolerated me so much. She put up with all of my shit. She put up with all of it. We only got one little tip one time. I don't know what. She was riding me that day, riding me. I'm like, hey, would you, you know, I don't know what's the problem, but like, you know, I don't want to fight with you, you know? And she's like, well, should I just leave? And I was like, no, I don't want you to leave. And then she started riding me again. And so finally I was like, well, you know what? Maybe you should leave. And so she did leave. But we made up. That was our only time we ever got, you know, like
Yeah.
aggravated with each other and stuff. And we really didn't know each other that well, but one day I'll share that video of her and I when I first met her at the hospital and her twin sister, and how they were both telling me about what happened to them, you know, because everybody was out there at the hospital protesting all the bullshit, you know, and
Yeah.
but it was really good to see that anyway, just to see that I had that. And but yeah, I miss her.
I know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm sorry too. I know you're missing your person. I know you miss Amanda. And what have you been doing to stay busy, and how you getting through? What's going on? A lot of worship music, reading your Bible, or listening to some good stuff?
Doing that, but
Yeah.
listening to other stuff too.
Mhm.
Trying to stay outside more.
Good.
Gonna go shopping tomorrow, get flowers and plant them and make like a memory garden.
That'll be nice.
Girls have been wanting to do that, and so it's like,
Has your son come by again and stayed with you, or anybody else staying with you?
no,
Nobody?
just my youngest daughter that lives here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I thought it was a granddaughter that lived there. No? She don't?
no, she moved out.
Okay. I can't keep track of all your
Years
six
ago.
kids.
I
Six
know.
kids, woman. Yeah. But are you sleeping a lot?
No,
No.
no.
You get set on some thoughts that just keep you there?
Just sort of that, but more the nightmares come back, and
Missing her and stuff. Missing her. And have you had any dreams about her? Not yet. Because you probably will, you know.
yeah,
I bet you will. Is there no word on the autopsy or anything? Still
nope, nothing.
no.
And it's supposed to be a lie. You're supposed to hear something within 30 days, and
Has it been 30 days?
yeah,
How many days? What day was it?
like today would have been 30 days.
The day. So it was the 18th of February.
That they did the,
Oh wow! I can't believe that. Wow, how's the rest of the family doing? Everybody doing okay, or are they having a hard time? Is anybody needing extra lovin's?
they're all having a hard time.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
How about your brother? Has he called you much more?
No.
No.
So I've been working on my mom's celebration of life.
Mm-hmm.
Sent out all the invitations. I've had a couple come back.
Yeah.
A lot of phone calls with RSVPs.
Uh-huh.
And then filling out thank you cards. And so it's kind of hard to get it out of my mind with
Sure.
everything that still needs to be done.
Right. It's a constant reminder. There's always something that has to do with
Yes.
that. Yeah.
And so that's why I come on here.
Mhm.
And yesterday was a really hard day, and that's why I did the backstage.
Yeah.
And
That was really fun until it wasn't too.
I really appreciate all of y'all that were there.
It felt real good to be with you.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of people that came, and some unexpected people I never thought I'd see there too. And so
I know.
it was you had a full house too.
Yep.
That was great. It was funny. Where was I at? I was with Indy, and David Devine was in the back room, and he kept saying, "Oh, we're not live. We're not live." And you could tell he really wanted to be live. It's like hard for some people to get used to the backstage. And it's just kind of funny because
Yeah.
it's less intimidating to not be live, but yet it's a whole different, he's a performer too. He used to travel around the world and play music in different places. So he said he's been missing that, and he would like to get back with his old band. He said they would all do it. And so he was,
This was last night, Lisa.
way better than live. Cola always says that, and she is a totally different person too. When she's backstage, she reminded me of Sarah a lot last night too, because she's the same. She was the same way. Sarah was super rowdy and totally a hoot. You can shut her up. She was super, but then you throw that live on, and she just like Cola, where she just like, oh my gosh, we're live. I like the backstage better, y'all. I really do. I like the backstage better. And then when you're backstage with her, you really realize it too, because she talks way more, doesn't she, than even on her own show.
Well,
No live for you.
But she thinks she has to present right, and
keep us all entertained perfectly, which is like, ha 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 ha.
And if it's
Don't
running,
worry about it.
And everyone has their ups and downs anyway.
Yeah,
that's just life. And so can't always be on your game. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, we lost Meat Puppet.
Yeah,
I think that's fun.
Supper and falling asleep.
That's what was going on. I heard some rumblings going on there right before he exited out there, but Yep. Oh, I have 3 streams I'm gonna be doing actually, because I do have my class, my next one all ready for this, and then I have a stream I want to do about Humboldt County, and then I have another stream I want to do about a lot of lies, but it couldn't possibly be all of them. It's just a good handful of them, And
I emailed you a city council meeting that I
did you?
Interested in.
Oh yes,
this poor little man that they terrorized.
Oh, I see. There it is. Wow. Yeah. And that's the other thing I have. The one with Humboldt, there's a few of the people that stood up and gave a speech, and I want to share what they were sharing about. Because I am trying to keep my finger on the pulse of it all, but it is so much. Oh, Greenstock was having a 30% off sale, Cola. 30% off. It ends tonight at midnight.
What's Greenstock?
It's that tower I was showing you guys in the back room that I have in my greenhouse.
Okay. Yes.
30% off. So I think you can get a 5-tier one for $108, it's saying. But I'm not going to get any more. I have 2 of them, and that's enough.
Yeah.
They do produce a good amount of food, though. They're very convenient. I need to send this to Eric. I was telling him about it. Yeah, they got one of them. You can get $118. They're nice because if you don't have a lot of space, or you want to have like a vertical planter, they should sponsor me. Hey, Sean, good to see you.
Hey, Sean.
They you can grow just about anything in them. I mean, they really. I don't know if anyone's put potatoes in there, but
They
everybody
don't
should try
grow
growing.
wide that, like, but you said they vine out and grow.
What's up, Ricky? What's happening? There go the link. There we go.
He said, buy him one.
Shit. Yeah, because I just got money to throw around,
Mm-hmm.
like we all do.
Not.
No, I should probably get a job. Oh,
I need to get back to my work. Just sitting over there looking at me. But I've
What's your
been
work? What do you do?
bookkeeping.
Oh, yes. That was the first position we decided to include in a payroll. So neither one of us have to do that because we both hate it so much.
Yeah.
Bookkeeping. Oh gosh, it's the worst. It's the worst. Bookkeeping and payroll. I did it for a long time though. I
love doing it. It's just, I don't know why.
It was fun in the beginning. Well, if you like numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The link has been dropped. If anyone didn't know. I can turn this heater off. I'm cooking over here.
You got the heater on and fanning.
Yeah. Well, it'd be real cold in here without the heater on.
Is it that cold?
Not really. It's probably 55 degrees outside. You know, that's what I tell you it is about year round in Humboldt County. Ask anybody. That's what they'll tell you.
Hey,
I don't know what it is. Hey, Siri, what is the temperature in Arcata, California right now? Oh, it's 44 degrees. Okay, well, that is winter, so it's a little colder.
It's 67 here.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Hawk. Hurts when the quarters are flying. I mean, one and drop shit.
I'll take that as a hint.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't be more direct, but okay. Yeah, Ricky should get up here. I would, because you know what? He's fun. He can take all my jokes and he doesn't get offended. He'll just say, fuck you, D. I'll be like, okay, fine, Ricky, you dick. I need friends like this, you see? It's important. Guys will always tell you, unless they're not really men. But mostly men will just tell you, women are tougher. They're hard. Some of them, they just, I don't know. I always had guy friends mostly because the women were catty. We've talked about this.
Yes, but do you think they still are?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, many times. I've been catty at times, you know. I hate it, but I'll have to admit that that's happened. You know, just thinking, and then I go, oh wait, that's catty. Don't think like that. You know, I train my mind though, but it'll come around sometimes, just petty bullshit stuff. But I try not to stay catty. But it happens, you know. It happens. I'm a woman. I'm emotional. What do you want? Being honest.
I see more men fighting than I do women.
They're like little bitches lately. Yeah, little men with their dramas, and they're very catty now than they used to be.
Yeah.
The worst is what I really can't stand is guys when they're whining about their YouTube subs and stuff. It's just like, no. I don't want to. I mean, I don't like it when girls do it either. But when guys are all wrapped up in, well, I've lost 25 subs. I don't know what's going on, and you know, and I don't know. Some of that stuff just annoys me. But And I don't know how else can they be catty, but sometimes they are. Sometimes they are catty. And it always has to do with this social media, and the vanity of it and all that. It definitely is what it is. It's wrapped up in we're all on TV. We're all super famous now. We all got our own shows and we're all,
No, I'm not. No.
you know how I feel about it. I'm just saying that is the reality though.
But that's not the way I look at it. I look at it as I'm here hanging out with friends.
I know that. I do too. But I'm saying the way these catty men act, it's because everyone has their own show. And they're caught up in that. I'm not that way either. You know that. I'm not about the subs. I'm not about any of that bullshit. I never have been, but
yeah.
They get really caught up in it all. They get really caught up in it. Like that, just a lot of people in the grift, and you've never been like that. You've never been grifting or even thinking about grift or anywhere remotely smelling like you're grifting. And I hope I haven't either.
Yeah. Oh man.
What do you got? Beef stew. Ooh, not all men are in social media. The cool ones are. I know, right? The real men that wear like the leather pants and stuff and the cowboy boots. Why aren't you up here on the panel, Ricky? You're going to sit here and type all night like a bitch?
Wait a minute. Real men don't wear leather pants. Where are you from?
I meant chaps. You know what I meant.
Okay. I was fixing to say, what?
I was picturing Wrangler pants with chaps.
Okay, there you go.
That's what I was actually picturing in my mind. Not leather like, I did know this one guy who said he used to work in the Tenderloin district. He was gay, but he found Jesus. And I was like, well, are you ever attracted to women? And he's like, not really. I'm like, well, how do you think you're going to do? He's like, as long as I stay close to Jesus, I'll be all right. I said, okay. But he liked to wear the leather pants. He looked good in them too. He's one of those gay guys that you just knew was gay because he was so good looking. Those kind of guys, ladies. I know you all know what I'm talking about. You're like, oh, he's so good looking. I know he's gay.
Oh, Carolina, if I was there, thank you.
I'll just sit here and keep throwing pop shots at Ricky. If he's going to sit here and take it, then I'm going to dish it out.
Let's see what happens. No, it's not connected. Not working, Sean.
Oh, Sean's phone sucks. So does his sound. He has the shittiest phone. Every time I hear Shaps, I think people mean the asses. I do. Like they're the only one kind of. They are asses in my mind too, always. My husband got them when he had a motorcycle. And I used to like when he put them on. Whew.
Unblock it, Sean.
I'm back.
All you do is turn it on. That's one of the first things I had to do whenever I set up this new system was allow the mic and camera.
Cola, I always think YMCA.
Yeah, if Sean gets up here, then I need to be excused for a second.
Yeah. Probably time.
Mm-hmm. You see, trying Chrome browser beaming. Okay. That's what I'm on. I think I'm on. Yeah, I'm on Chrome. I was kind of leery about using Chrome because of what the FBI warning that they were putting out about. I'm telling you, they're just hacking everything. It doesn't matter what we use.
Yeah, I feel that too. Very vulnerable. You got to be so careful with so many scams. They text all the time with so much bullshit. Oh, your package at the UPS. Oh, your bank. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that.
Yes.
Don't trust any messages you don't know isn't from a trusted source. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Yep. Yeah. Anything can be hacked. Your phone, your anything on the Wi-Fi, actually, TV, whatever.
Well, yeah, I guess especially if you're in a public place, right? And because Anna was telling me that when she goes in stores, she usually leaves her phone in the car because she's worried about people downloading stuff off her stuff. And I never really thought about that. I always bring my phone with me everywhere. I don't figure I can evade them very well. I'm not that smart that way. Like, I'm just like, these
And
fuckers get in all my shit, you know?
I always make sure my internet's off if I go into a public place. But I've seen where they can put a phone close to another one and copy stuff. The girls did that, and I was like, I don't want that feature, whatever it is. Hey, Ridge Runner, good to see you.
What's up, Ridge Runner?
What is all this that I have up here? See if there's something to...
Oh, here's one.
Oh,
I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene put out, is that her? No, MJ Truth update, JFK Files. Hello, Israel. Ooh, there's one for a look, like they're all doing. Breaking news.
I wonder what she's up to.
Who?
Marjorie Taylor Greene. What?
It's not her. I take it back. It's MJ Truth.
Oh,
It's not Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I can't blow it up because it's on stupid Telegram. I hate Telegram. It's the only one I do. I don't do TikTok. I do Discord too. There's too many. There's too many.
yeah, there's a lot.
And so many people are on, different ones and stuff, but
What? Really, Navy Vet? Whoops. Where'd it go? John Draper, aka Captain Crunch, was able to hack phone systems with a toy whistle that came in Captain Crunch cereal box.
oh great. Don't we all feel safe?
But wait, was there hackable phones back then?
Right, like what did they hack? A computer?
Maybe he just blew it in the phone to hurt people's ears. I don't know. I thought you were going to say there's more. The color was talking to you. Yeah, I was waiting for more too.
Me? Me? About the
When you said that, wait.
I did? But wait, there's more. I don't remember saying that. I'm looking. There's a lot on Telegram. A lot of people have downloaded stuff. But I can't read it because it doesn't let me blow it up. I have to take a picture of it and then blow it up. And I don't want to fill my phone with all this bullshit.
I do. If I see a headline that catches my eye, and then start reading it. I email it to myself.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I'll think, okay, I might share this.
I definitely do that with all the bullshit I want to see, but I just don't. I meant all the JFK stuff, because it's gonna be so much until I can actually read it and I know it's worth it. I don't want to save it right now, but I take probably 10 screenshots a day.
Yeah.
On my phone of stuff for sure. I definitely do that too. Well, they're claiming that all the files have been released. It's 1,200 pages of files, unredacted, and they're saying have faith.
1,200 files or 1,200 pages? Because everybody else is saying 80,000 pages.
Well, maybe it's files. I'm trying to find it again. JFK files have been released. Oh, good golly. 1,200 docs of the 80,000 have been uploading. Yeah.
Okay.
1,200 documents. But it does say 80,000 in that same paragraph. Happy hunting, Patriots, it says. Where am I at? Whose page am I in? Tori says, or Freedom Force Battalion. I don't know if any of you guys follow her. She has different stuff than other people get sometimes. A lot of government stuff. Do you know her? Freedom Force Battalion?
No.
I don't agree with her on everything because I think she's like, I don't really know where she stands on like Israel and stuff, but that's her, that lady there. Freedom Force Battalion. So, but I don't know because, it's hard to believe. It's hard to agree with everybody on everything right now.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like you can't. It's impossible. You really can't.
A couple of people follow her, I think.
Yeah. Whoops. I just loved a comment. I hate that about Telegram too. I didn't mean to do that. Now it shows that I loved a comment.
So Ricky said that Draper learned from Teresi that a toy whistle packaged in boxes of Captain Crunch. Oh, it jumped. Captain Crunch cereal in 1963 emitted the same 2600 hertz tone precisely. The tone disconnected one end of the trunk while the still connected side entered operator mode.
What?
Wow.
That's insane.
Okay, let me see if it's telling me I need to do something. They will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream. It's still not connected, Sean. Darn it. Did you hear correctly that the Benghazi info is coming out as well? Look out, Hillary. Haven't heard that one. Still blocking. Darn it.
Oh, she did it. Her last video was about the Schofield Bible. The Calvary Chapels are definitely all about their Schofield Bibles, man. I know it. My husband's got a Schofield Bible. He thought it was the authority of Bibles, and now I've read some things, and it's so disappointing. But what?
I haven't heard of the Schofield Bible.
Oh, it's like the one they have all the I think at the Bible colleges and stuff. They make it out to be like a Bible to be revered, And there are some things.
Study Bible.
A study Bible
or something like that.
I'm sorry.
A Concordia.
Oh, concordance. Well, a lot of the Bible can have a concordance. Hey, what's up, Sean?
Are we working? Is it working?
Yay.
You are working. You are here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for letting me drop in this late. And
Don't you
it took a
come here
moment to
yawning.
fix the setting.
Don't you come
No,
here yawning.
I got a much more complicated deal. I've been working mornings and then swings, then graveyards, then swings, then a day off, then morning, and it gets 6 days
He's
a
a
week.
beast,
So
y'all. Ladies,
my
he's
schedule
single.
is ruined.
He's single and he works real hard.
Yeah, but
He's a former Marine. Just saying, ladies.
He doesn't have time every lady.
He's a good
Yeah.
man, y'all. He's a
I'm not up
good
here
man.
to tell that. But,
I
oh,
do. He is.
by the way,
Just
I
saying.
want to just remind you, Dee, that let's just say salve I got, it's still a great little container, and it's still doing its job for aches and pains. And like I said, I've even used it as an aftershave, and face stays pretty smooth afterwards. So thank you again
Sean.
for sending that
You're
down
very
south
welcome.
my way.
You ever need more, let me know. I will hook you up.
I'm actually pondering that. I'm working on something for Four Corners Report and something for yourself. I kind of
that
rotate
asshole?
around. Yeah, I know. He's put up with me for a while, so I figure I need to send him a little TLC in the mail, a little something.
I like him. I like him all right. And his wife puts up with him, so he's probably a good guy.
Yeah, I would say she seems to be a good judge of character, and his cats seem to like him too.
9 cats.
Yep. Hey, while I'm thinking of it too, yeah. Supposedly, they've just released the Kennedy stuff, so I don't know if it's been people have read it or used AI to scan it or what, but a little bit ago, Roger Stone and Betty Johnson were discussing that, and there's some other different shows out there speculating on what's going on, but I think there was already a lot of stuff that pointed out that at least LBJ orchestrated it. And then that audio file that came out a couple months ago regarding Mac Wallace being hired, it's Carter, and not Jimmy Carter, but another Carter and another guy in the Democrat Party talking about Mac Wallace being hired to do the killing of JFK. It's kind of like, okay, this guy's saying LBJ hired a dude, so we have a means, motive, suspect, also, someone who doesn't think they're being recorded saying, hey, I'm upset, since he did that, but I'm not going to betray LBJ, that type of, discussion. So shame is LBJ pushing up daisies, so you can't really put him on trial,
Right. Yeah, my husband said that that's who he suspected did it. He seemed to say it like it was common knowledge. Everyone knows LBJ did it,
I knew he had
Yeah.
to have a major part in it. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me.
Well, one of the things Roger Stone repeated, and he said it on a few interviews, is that when he talked to Nixon about it, Nixon looked down into his glass and looked up and said, that both himself and LBJ wanted to be president, but LBJ was willing to kill for it.
Damn.
So that pretty much tells you the nature of both men. If you study up on LBJ, he was a terrible person. Nixon might have been ambitious and power hungry, but he wasn't, like some of the stuff that has come out on the LBJ deep dives includes ties to the Knights of the KKK. I mean, this guy had a lot of dirt down there in deep Texas. And, if you ask around, Bonnie, I'm sure there'll be Texans who will basically say that, yeah, LBJ was as dirty as the day is long, So,
yeah, I think she went to excuse for a minute, but she'll be right back. But I forgot what I was going to say too. Yeah, well, there's dirty, there's evil dirty like that where you're willing to kill somebody, and then there's just like normal human nature dirty, like you said with Nixon, if he was just like power hungry or lustful, like like a normal kind of fleshly thing. Most men and women are not going to make it a lifetime without falling for the flesh in some way, but we can make it without being evil and wanting to kill somebody. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a whole different kind of nature, it seems like, when you're like that, when you're willing to kill.
Well, it's
So,
also it's the eye for an eye mindset versus the, have a little bit of mercy and grace and forgiveness, and, try not to leave a wake of bodies in your path. Hillary, I'm sorry, did I say that?
yes.
No, Dora curses me. But
Yeah.
that's, a good example is, I know both LBJ and Nixon were not faithful to their wives, but back then it was covered up better. The difference is in the case of the mistresses with LBJ, they didn't talk about it because it was something,
They
it
were
was
in
handled
bed.
differently. The case for Nixon is that Nixon's compromise was due to China, having their little female operatives, kind of like what happened to Eric Swalwell. Similar thing happened to Nixon. And so all of a sudden, China becomes our buddy. Plus, our policy was to play China off against Russia back then. So lots of, it's like both men were not faithful to their spouses. Neither was Kennedy, if you believe the rumors about Marilyn Monroe and all of that. And it's like, okay, by the time Bill and Hillary get in, the Democrats were like, oh, what the heck? We don't expect our presidents to be faithful to their wives. Well, here's the reason it's important, folks, when it comes to fidelity and your honorable conduct and everything. If you can't keep your word to your wife, can you keep your word in a trade agreement, or when it comes to warfare, or if you even have a crew of guys that you run with? That's your word is a very big deal. Your word is your bond. If you follow, some people's train of thought, or your oath, let your yeas be yea, let your nays be nay. That's all biblical. And so when you have these folks on a national level, national stage, the leaders, quote unquote, of the free world, who can't keep their word, how can foreign leaders trust them with any diplomacy then?
Yes.
Now, the flip side is the whole, well, you got to be infidelite, to be in the club and all of that. Okay, well, who made up that type of club?
Right.
How
The
when was
devil.
the club of oath breaking?
Right.
Exactly. Remember, the Old Testament and the New Testament are both about covenants, aka testaments. So when God makes his covenant with Israel, and then becomes a new covenant through Jesus Christ, it's about keeping your word. It's not about breaking your word. So who would be the opposite of that? Like Dee said, the devil and Lucifer.
Mhm.
So that's it.
Beyond reproach.
sorry if
That's
I'm-
right. No, you're fine. We
No,
were
Yeah,
we
I'm
were
not trying
writing it down, and all I was doing was giving Ricky shit, and he still ain't coming up here. So whatever, Ricky.
Well, I didn't want to
Whatever.
run roughshod, but a Navy vet said, yeah, they need to be beyond reproach. I figured maybe
Yep.
close a little bit, hey, if you want worldly power, sure, run for the presidency. But if you want real power that's,
Mhm.
beyond, run to your church, man. Get right with Jesus.
Yep. And you know what that looks like? I'll give you an example of that. We wanted that for our next pastor after we endured the tragedy that we did at my church, where the pastor molested the foster kids and the wife committed suicide. And so the church, looking for a new pastor, wanted one without beyond reproach. And there was a couple that had applied to be the pastor, and one of them had been divorced before. And that was something that really nobody really wanted. They wanted somebody who was just married to one woman. That was like that was the consensus of the board when it came to being beyond reproach. That was the example. And that doesn't mean like you're a big fat sinner if you've been divorced or whatever like that. It's just for that standard, when you're looking for a high standard, especially after you've experienced an extremely low standard and an evil standard, hopefully that's a good example and people can understand what you're saying there. I mean, I'd lived through that, where people wanted to see a faithful man to his wife, to lead a church. But some pastors have been divorced before, and that's fine for other churches. And it just was for ours at that time, you know, the bar was just really high, I guess. Put it that way.
Well,
But
the
isn't
the
adultery
bar. Go ahead, Bonnie, and I'll follow up.
isn't adultery grounds for divorce?
Yeah, absolutely. And that pastor that was divorced, he got divorced because he had cheated on his wife. So he was one that had thrown his hat in the ring, and the church was just like, no, you know, that wasn't, and that was a long time ago. He'd been remarried. It was 20 years prior, but it's not beyond reproach. That behavior is not beyond reproach. That's the point. It's, you know,
Yeah.
Well,
so
the infidelity is a lesson from the Old Testament. And we see some issues with it in the New Testament too. So there again, if you can't be faithful to a person who shares your sleeping quarters with you and your dinner table, you know,
Yeah.
how is your congregation gonna expect you to have their back in like a natural disaster or the death of someone, and we need a funeral planned, or you know, just any of the life events? They need you to be there to bless a baby, whatever. There, it goes deep. Keeping your word and marital vows, and again, when it reflects on our country, you know, we got a multi-time divorcee as POTUS right now. Now he's the man that God's put in for the job. He's
That's
rising
right.
to the occasion. But
Right.
those divorces
That-
and stuff, you have to wonder, was it him or was it them? You know,
Right.
there's that too. You know, sometimes the husband changes, sometimes the wife changes.
Mhm.
Ideally, they both change together for the better. You know, they actually age and improve each other. You know,
What's up, the Hunter?
Hey, Craig.
that. Oh, Craig's in here. Hey, Craig.
So I have a question. Okay. If all this is coming out and it's a fact, and they are past, they're not of this world anymore, what is this accomplishing?
What accomplished? What
Hmm.
accomplished? Oh, the JFK. Well, to dissolve those three-letter agencies for good, right?
Transparency and correcting the record. That too.
The
But
truth is good.
if they're totally blaming LBJ, then the three-letter agencies are not even mentioned being involved.
Well, LBJ, I haven't gotten to go through all of it. I'm sure here's the thing. It was called the big event because LBJ used factions of all kinds of characters to be involved. You had
Excuse me.
the Russian
Too
communist sympathizer Lee Harvey Oswald. You had the mafia ties with Jack Ruby. You had the Secret Service get off the vehicle. You had LBJ, by the way, suggest that they take the top of the vehicle off, the convertible top, because it had rained previously. It's like, oh, it stopped raining. Let's take the roof down. Oh, okay, LBJ. You had
That's putting
someone,
wide.
I forget who it was. They switched Connolly to be sitting up there with Kennedy. So someone gave that instruction. You had Nixon in town that day as George H.W. Bush says he wasn't there. He was at someone's place who was a Republican Party fundraiser. So he had an alibi, but it's questionable. You had E. Howard Hunt on his deathbed say he was involved, AKA in the Mission Impossible series. They base Ethan Hunt on him. So you have a lot of characters tied into this. You have a dispute as to whether Oswald's weapon was Italian or French. So you have two different gun manufacturers, and there's a lot of like different loose parts to this. And Jesse Ventura's book, They Killed Our President, 63 Reasons to Believe, or whatever it was called. Ventura just goes through just like 9/11. It was a bunch of firsts. And when you get this many firsts, not only stuff out of protocol, but it's a setup, because it's just like we had the stand down when they took a pot shot at Trump in Pennsylvania, or when Israel, who has Black Hawk helicopters that go into the sky in 4 minutes, with a really good crew, 7 minutes with a very, very terrible, lazy crew. They didn't respond for hours while they let Israel get attacked by Hamas. So there's a green flag or a type of false flag called a stand down, in which you just let the enemy have that free shot. And in the case of Kennedy, one of the things that came out with the Trump releases back in the first term in 2017, and Roger Stone and other people have documented this as well. When you go through the papers and do your FOIAs and all that, there was a bullet that went through the windshield of the Ford that hit Kennedy in the neck, and that means he was in at least a 2-person crossfire. If you're going to
Right.
insist that there was somebody up there in the book depository, and that would probably be this Mac Wallace character who Roger Stone explained his fingerprints were found on the cardboard boxes that were up there at that book depository. So he was up there in the crow's nest, as they call it.
Oh wow. And
So
isn't Bush
yeah.
Senior there also?
They say he's the man that's in the doorway in this kind of blurry picture, but he did have an alibi that he's at this fundraiser's place, and that guy vouches for him. So, but when asked by the news, he doesn't remember where he was that day. So how does he go from having an alibi to not remembering? You see the inconsistencies? That's how you catch them, as they change their stories.
Hold on. Al Bundy, it's always your birthday. Every fucking week it's your birthday. So don't believe it, you guys. I'm just saying. It's right? Hasn't it been his birthday like twice 3 weeks ago?
And so Craig keeps saying that, and it keeps continuing on.
Oh. He's full of shit. Sean, remember we did a stream about those that one JFK file, and there was a lot of stuff in there that you covered. You read through the whole document, and there was stuff in there about 3-letter agencies and what they were wanting put out through the media and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's already, it's kind of common knowledge that, right? That most people assume the 3-letter agency, and then that document really already kind of showed that, didn't it?
Yeah, and here's another thing too. We have not, like Khrushchev was calling the red line to now President LBJ and everyone else. He was panicked that we were going to nuke Russia and have everything blamed on Russia. The Soviets were not, I would say, willing participants, but the Lee Harvey Oswald connection with his wife being, a former, being a Russian and all that, that would have been enough to make, America wants to go to war with the communists. We can also fast forward the USS Liberty, where LBJ wanted that ship sunk to the bottom of the GD Ocean, and you can guess what the GD stands for. And that's because they wanted to have their war in the Middle East and to shore up Israel. And of course, Israel was involved in that as well, not washing their hands. And there are those that are saying that Ben Gurion was upset with Kennedy because Kennedy didn't want Israel to have nuclear capability. If you remember, we actually put a couple of, I think it was Rosenberg or Rosenthal, whatever, Ethel and her husband, whatever their names were, we put them on trial for stealing the, nuclear secrets and giving them to Russia or whatever it was. So there was a period there where U.S. and to some degree Russia were the big shot callers for nuclear weapons, and all of a sudden now Israel's getting them and everybody else is getting them. And I think Kennedy was probably the last bulwark against that nuclear proliferation in that time frame. Fast forward to the 80s and the fall of the Soviet Union, and it came to all these UN treaties and peacekeepers and basically the same clowns who would bounce around Iraq and look for Saddam Hussein's weapons and never find them. Let's see. Yeah, R. Stone. I'm looking in the comments.
Yeah.
So some folks did see the material. Cool. Yeah, the granddad. Yeah, the conversation recording that 2Blah1 is talking about. That's the allegation about Mac Wallace. And then when Roger Stone came out 24 hours later and said they had Mac Wallace's fingerprints up there found, it was like, okay, that's pretty much saying that the hitman was in the crow's nest. Now, what more do you need? Him pulling the trigger? So you got to use some logic. And yeah, Navy Vet 103 is correct. There are ties to several parts around the world. Good Lord, man. Within that decade, it's like the song says, they took, Jack, Bobby, and Martin, that basically, for the stuff that me and Dee have been researching, maybe Bonnie, you've heard about this. Basically, in the the American people could have taken back control of their government from the academic, scientific, military elite that Eisenhower warned about. We had that opportunity. It almost happened, but
Yes.
the people didn't know how to self-govern. So a lot of folks even say that was the end of America, the last, vestige of the republic, and then pure on corporatocracy afterwards. And
Yeah.
Craig was right about Jack Ruby too. That, oh man, here's what I thought, guys. Why doesn't someone take Grok or Chat GPT or something and have it scan these JFK files and put in certain keywords and just see what pops up? Kind of
I'll
like you
bet
do with
people are.
Adobe.
I'll bet, yeah, I'm sure there are people are. Probably Tori Says and her group of people.
Yeah.
Tennessee Ridge Runner asks about the Bush funeral where everyone got those envelopes. And then I just remember Hillary being the cold-hearted professional. She just looked at it and like folded it up. She's like, whatever. It's like she's got so much blood on her hands. It didn't even phase her.
Yeah. What's one more?
Well, that's what the whole Huma Abedin thing. Now Huma has married Alex Soros, who likes to go to the Marina Abramovic spirit cooking. So, that circle got a lot more tighter as far as the occult wings of that circle. Because for you guys who didn't know, Hillary supposedly, would come out here to the West Coast to hang out with her coven of witches and all that, which makes for great political gossip. But at the end of the day, between Bill Clinton talking about them going and watching voodoo rituals in his autobiography, and her being involved with that, and then her former Hillary's sidekick Huma, or girlfriend, depending on who you ask, is hanging out with a guy who goes to spirit cooking. It's like, wow, you got everybody from like all these clowns thought that after they discredited Pizzagate and they arrested the one guy who shot one whole bullet and did nothing, and after they arrested him, it's all over. It's all a big old conspiracy. Like, well, why are you guys still in the same circles? And if you were caught almost red-handed, you'd be smart, like squelch that. Like the people who did JFK, I'm not saying this is a compliment, but a lot of them kind of like squelched, the leads. They burned the paperwork, the witnesses were removed, etc. We haven't seen that happen really too much in the modern era. We exposed a lot of these creeps. People did deep dives and all that. The only problem is none of them have gone to jail, and none of them have had a Warren Commission. Closest thing we've had to that in recent era is the so-called J6 Unselect Committee. Oh crap! I'm talking like Trump, but that's something we need for this country to investigate. Go ahead.
That would explain an attorney having a funeral that you would think it was for a president, with all the Secret Service, everything blocked off, like you couldn't get in.
Yeah, some of these attorneys, they're a little connected. So yeah, they're gonna make a big deal out of their funerals. Oh wow, Two Blah One said he was basically he was around Jim Garrison. That's interesting. I was gonna say we need Oliver Stone to speak up, because there's another guy who did a lot of research. I watched that JFK movie in the '90s with Kevin Costner, and I was like, dang, this was covering some stuff I didn't know as a kid.
Yeah,
I love
that.
Used to love him.
Yeah.
Whoever, I don't know, where'd that person go about the fog? Good Wanson says they're in Texas, got a crazy red fog here. It's not going to make the news.
West Texas. Yep.
That sucks.
Oh, Chessboard, by the way, is asking, Supreme Court justice that died, are you referring to Scalia, who they put the pillow over his head, which was not too long after the Heller decision that restored the Second Amendment to a lot of people? That would probably have been him.
Could you repeat that, please, what you just said?
Yeah.
And elaborate also.
Scalia was involved in the Heller decision. I believe that was the case.
Who?
And that was Justice Scalia.
Okay.
Remember, they smothered him with a pillow over his head, and then they said, oh, no, it was above his head. Like, that's much better.
I vaguely remember something about that.
Yeah, and he was in West Texas at that hunting lodge where those creeps, Joe Biggs from Infowars, went in there, took photos and film of all the decorations, like the small children's beds and the statues of like these demonic things that look like they're attacking kids. So what the heck was Scalia doing there without a Secret Service detail, and who knew to smother him in that lapse in coverage?
What up,
So,
Ricky?
Hi, Ricky.
welcome,
What up,
Ricky.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who knew he was there?
those Rickies getting settled in. Watson's talking about red fog here in SoCal. I don't know if it's hitting D up in NorCal, but we've been getting the spray treatment, and because I'm out, at all different shifts, I'm able to see when they're starting it, when they're stopping it. And I tell you, if you have asthma or something, it's not good to be out here. You want to say, oh, gasoline's making the clouds foggy? No, in the 90s, we had clear skies in California. They are making these clouds and the sky, gray and foggy, so they can justify taxing our gasoline that, oh, gasoline's still polluting too much. We need another tax on it.
Yes.
And we were having prices drop on our gasoline, by the way, folks, dropped down 20 cents at the end of December. In the last week, it's come back up 10 cents. So why is there a rebound? Because Newsom has a tax on it, and there's
Didn't Trump
another
say something about. Sorry, didn't Trump say something about the sky and the clouds and what's being sprayed in there last week?
He's starting to drop. He's starting to drop little hints. And then RFK Jr., if he's going to do a full systems approach to our health, eventually he'll have to cover the sky too, because he's covering, food and water. But you got to cover air.
What?
And I'm gonna zip my lip and let Ricky and Velociraptor. I'm guessing
party now.
Sean, you know who I am.
Yep. The board has been reborn. Go ahead, guys. I yield.
Hey, Ricky, am I here or no?
Yes, you're here.
Your
volume's a little low.
Okay.
You're on 5x5 on my end.
Hi, Virginia. And yes, you are here.
Good to see you, Ricky.
Everybody's volume just went low. What happened?
I don't know, dude. Like, I can tell something's weird with the audio. I thought it was just me, but it's almost like I'm frozen, but I'm not. But
I can hear you better now. But Ricky's really low.
All right, I'll fix it.
Yeah, weird.
Sean was loud and clear.
Yep.
How am I now?
Still loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Might be microphone quality or something then.
Yeah, it could be. I have a shitty microphone, but I'm always on the same one. Yeah. So Watson is saying there's a red in the sky.
No, it's a red fog that is in West Texas. Storm that passed in the south with tornadoes was caused by that. RFK was talked about the chemtrails in the past. He knows.
Huh.
Fear not, but this is sick.
Craig. Damn it, Craig. Come up here and say it to my face, Craig. Put on some pants first. That's interesting, like the chemtrail thing, and I don't know. I've seen arguments for both sides. I'm not sure what they're doing.
Just look up geoengineering, and out in my area, get this, guys. You can look this up. Santa Ana Watershed Authority Project. Their office building is in downtown Riverside, out here on Lemon Street. Apparently, they are spraying from San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange, and San Diego counties. 4 counties across the state, which means my state has jurisdiction to deal with as an interstate issue, and each of the counties also have jurisdiction to deal with them. They were determined to experiment, wink, wink, on the Santa Ana River watershed by way of using silver iodide for chemtrails. They're supposed to stop in 2022 when their experiment, quote unquote, ended. They
Okay,
ended
what was the
nothing.
purpose of the experiment?
To basically see if they could create the rain, cloud seed, and basically restore the water level for the Santa Ana River. Never mind the construction and the projects that are diverting the flow of the water. But we have a bike trail that runs down. Basically, you can take it from where the river starts. A lot of it's notorious for going here through Riverside County. You can get basically bicycle all the way down into Huntington Beach and out to the ocean if you want. Have a lovely day-long bicycle ride and then come back up. They've also they're notorious for flash flooding it because the homeless who camp out in that river bottom in their tent cities, oh gee, they're just all washed away. Problem solved. I'm not trying to be cynical, guys. This stuff has happened where there's a flash flood out of nowhere and then these folks are gone. And also, it's an area with the bamboo growth and trees that are in the river bottom, famous for brush fires that just happen to pop up because the homeless, in that case, they'll be cooking like in a barbecue and it spills over with the embers or something. So around the time Los Angeles was having that happen, by the way, we had about, in the 2 weeks after Pacific Palisades, we had about 8 different incidents in Jurupa Valley because they're the unincorporated side west of the Santa Ana River. They used to be the unincorporated part of Riverside as a city goes. And then they decided to scam their real estate owners and incorporate. Ricky can explain how that would work. Point being that they kept trying to set off fires, but Riverside Fire and Riverside County Fire wouldn't let the fires kick off out here. And there's been another birdie, by the way, folks, that's saying Phoenix just voted against being a smart city. So Phoenix might be the next one on the chopping block. So that's something to keep an eye on. And yeah, Craig's correct. It is a rainmaker. They used to do those flash floods over the Ho Chi Minh Trail during the Vietnam War. Operation Popeye is one to look up. And there's several other technologies too. They'll put algae blooms in the ocean to affect the amount of oxygen and carbon dioxide that's in the water from the plant cycles and things. They'll do other things with these pellets that are supposed to absorb moisture out of the air that are it's a wide-ranging technology. But the cloud seedings and the storm manipulation, Bill Gates and Smithsonian and National Geographic, they're all connected to either covering it or putting money into it in the case of Bill Gates.
Well, speaking of, sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. Well, my thought is, besides the big money being thrown in, is that whether it's for good or evil, if you mess with the weather, what's the unintended consequence? Not Murphy's Law, but the law of thermodynamics. If you take rain from somewhere, that water disappears from somewhere else. So you're gonna create a side effect whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and shut up and yield for a minute.
Oh, I just wanted to say, did you see any videos about the sonic weapon that was used in Serbia?
Not this week, no.
Oh, Bonnie, I should drop it for you. It was only like 20 seconds, but the crowd dispersed. I'll bet some people seen it. It's on.
I have seen it. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty freaking scary, right?
A long time. Like the show, Jesse Ventura's show. To be honest, I loved it. I think it was called Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. But he was showing examples of when they used the sonic crowd control, and this was easily 15 years ago. So imagine how they can do it now,
Well, yeah, Woman Monsoon or whatever, Juan San said about the heart attack gun. We've probably all seen that too.
Yep.
Well, if I may,
I've always said it's who's got the better weapon. Sorry, I'll yield.
If I may, it goes beyond weapons, and I'm going to explain it here in a second. But first, I want to respond to the chat with Tubla. When he's saying he tries to explain it, people look at him like he's crazy. Just send him the Santa Ana Watershed Authority project. I believe it's sawap.gov, and be like, look, this is an actual government site funded by the taxpayers. Never mind. Oh, by the way, one of the reasons this was brought to my attention, someone came to the San Diego City Council or Board of Supervisors, and they were chewing them out like, you're causing all this flash flooding. Are you going to reimburse us for the property damage you did with these rains to the mud that slid down into our yards? Or, the damage, when it washed away our embankments that lead up to our driveway, et cetera, et cetera. And that's a very right cause. Who's going to pay for that when you're doing a quote unquote experiment? Oh, and by the way, they are allowed to experiment on the people. That's one of the little, fancy laws they made up for themselves. But what I'm saying to you is this is bigger than just it being a weapon. Because, yeah, it's a weapon that you can call an act of God. If you can't prove it, oh my gosh, an act of God. Oh, guess what? Don't you need insurance to prevent, against certain acts of God? If you don't have that insurance, you don't get paid out. Kind of like
Right.
how Allstate removed their insurance from Pacific Palisades. Oh,
Yep.
drat. And then you have a
Almost
fire
no
storm.
they don't cover that acts of God. They don't cover it.
Or-
You do have to get deep into it to have that covered. It might be wind, it might be fire, it might be, anything not like you're saying, Sean, not
Tornado.
control, but yeah,
Hail.
exactly. That's not anyone's fault. That's not what it's not an accident they're insuring you for. No, it's literally act of God. I mean, think about all the things that could be,
Bingo. Let me throw this at you too. Also, acts of terrorism, lest we forget Lucky Larry and the Twin Towers. He wanted to get paid out twice versus one terrorist attack. He wanted to say each plane was a terrorist attack individually. Very cute for Lucky Larry. And wow, he sure knew to place those insurance policies ahead of time. But me throwing shade at him is irrelevant. Let's get back onto this act of God issue. Okay, so if I'm in the insurance business and I know my banking friends want to buy out that property, but the people aren't, willing to move, just like the old Wild West, burn them out of the land or maybe flash flood them out of the land, whichever works. By the way, you can also create a torrential downpour, and then your plants like tumbleweeds grow really quick, and crabgrass, stuff that, just burns and is nasty. And after that quick growth, you just make it dry for the rest of the season. I was told last year by somebody that, yeah, the 2024 to 2025 California rain cycle is going to be a very dry year. So far, it has. We've had some storms, but then we've had storms that weren't, let's just say they were forming up, and oh gee, there's some chemtrailing, and then later they're gone. They don't even get to fully form. People forget that this technology can disrupt weather patterns and cloud, systems. So there's
Which
that element
is gonna
too.
affect- it's going to end up affecting the whole earth, not just in the sky, but it's going to affect the vegetation, the everything.
Lisa
Yeah.
Anderson was referencing North Carolina, and she's correct, where I think they basically seeded those hurricanes to make them stronger, especially the one that stayed inland, as
Yeah.
opposed to going back out
Yes.
to the ocean. That doesn't happen with hurricanes. They don't build strength over dry land.
No.
So we're looking at folks who are willing to do this. And from what I've gathered from, we know NOAA is involved, and we know that essentially governors are the shot callers. So we need to start, investigating these people, bringing it to light, and then have the standing. And if they happen to sign a document saying do it, hold them accountable, because you could. What do you want to consider it? A financial crime, a embezzlement of the people's money? Do you want to consider it mass murder? Take your pick. Did I cut out there for a second?
No.
A little bit. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, someone tried phoning me. That I had to hang up on them real fast. But these different governors, if governors are the actual shot callers at state levels, those governors are deciding which counties in their state live, which counties in their state die. And I kind of want to point out that with Pacific Palisades, that was multi-generational housing, which means that's conservative families that live together for years and pass their homes down. It wasn't somewhere like Hollywood or Beverly Hills where it's just, the jet set crowd, and they rent a condo for a few years and then they move off to their mansion, up in Malibu or wherever. This was like regular working class, middle class people. I'm still a little bit, no pun intended, inflamed about it, because this issue, I'm not going to say who all in my in the LA County Assembly was affected, but stuff starts happening down here. We take it a little bit personal. So I've gotten another axe to grind, and I'll be talking to Dee about that a little bit later and stuff. But the I'm just looking at Access Humboldt. No need to shut up. We're all surviving without masks here. Just saying. Yeah, there's a thought right there too, by the way. If they're chemtrailing us, what else is in that chemtrail that may or may not be biologics? So, yeah.
But is a
Oh.
mask even gonna do anything?
No,
with-
that was because Good Wanson said that if he can survive without a mask, so can we. And I said, we're all not wearing masks around here, just so you know. And then he said, well, maybe I need to shut up, but why not echo my feelings? Sometimes things come off wrong in text. There's no,
Yeah.
you're talking, I'm talking, I'm replying. I'm actually responding to your statement. It was telling us that we can all survive without masks. No shit. I lost my job. I mean, you don't know who you're talking to if you're telling us that we can survive without masks. We know. I'm just saying. So if you want to get offended about it, I can't.
Well, but that's been a common thing here in Texas. When we have a dust storm, you put on a bandana or something to cover your face because you don't want to breathe that. And that's just dust. So, I mean, I can see if you're working outside and we don't know what's in this fog. We've seen what some have said is in this fog, which who knows? But still, if you're working outside, bandanas work great. I'm just saying it.
Well, in the buffs, what they call them? Did they call them buffs or what were those? What were they calling them? I bought those, and for my crew, they like those. They're cooler looking. The military wear them too. They'll wear them.
Yeah.
To cover their mouth and nose at times. That's not the same as a stupid fucking blue surgical mask. Those I want to punch people in the face when I see them wearing those outside. I'm like, oh, you heading to surgery? You freaking moron.
Well, I understand that. But also, depending on what kind of work you're doing, the N95, is that what it is? When you're painting, whatever, spray painting, I'm wearing a mask because I've breathed that and I saw the results. And no.
I should have been wearing a mask when I was cutting through my old growth redwood in my wood shop, but even then I didn't want to wear a mask. And I remember my neighbor coming down and he's like, you really should wear a mask when you're doing this because you could just see all the particles in the sunlight and everything. And some of that wood is really worse than others too. And so I get it. I can't stand them at all. I'm definitely triggered by them and I can't help it. I can't
understand with what you've been through over there.
Yeah. But I do realize we need them sometimes, right? You need to cover, you need to protect yourself.
Safety.
I'm not that out of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, darling. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No,
Indeed.
I'm just saying.
Yes, Ricky.
Ricky made a
Ricky.
Oh, Ricky, you're so fine.
I know. I want to sing that song too. And it's not even Ricky. It's freaking Mickey.
I know, but I can't help it.
I know. I can't.
Him for about 4 years, so it's all good.
Have you? Okay. Yeah, you guys go way back in the late nights, right?
Yeah, we do.
You got
Late nights on Dangerous Freedom forever. That's right.
you guys
Even
must
though-
have been
like how it
you guys must have been watching me in my chats. Just saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Did he say chats or chaps?
Chat.
I
Oh,
don't
chaps.
know.
Hey,
Or
Andy.
chats. Hey, Andy. I
No,
have
good
been-
Watson, you're cool. You're cool.
Yeah.
You'll fit in just fine, honey. I was just letting you know you found your people. If that's how you feel about masks. Indy.
Dee, I was gonna say you should probably wear a mask when you're live on YouTube.
I should probably say, fuck you, Ricky.
Ow.
He's so fun. It's a party now.
You really feel, Dee.
If I may, Ricky, do you remember when COVID came out and I wore the Lucha mask into the local Ralph's and went shopping with a mask on that didn't have my mouth and nose covered?
Oh yeah, those are always fun.
I showed them what clowns they were. Oh, you got to wear a mask. Yeah, I'm wearing a mask. It's for Lucha, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, there's always a way to screw with these people too and show them just how inane they are.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
I had bus drivers kick me off the bus because I wouldn't pull my back lever for bicycling up over my nose. I just be like, okay, whatever. Took my bike off the rack, flipped them the bird, and bicycled the remaining like 3 stops home. You know, it's like, it's like, you ain't hurting me. I got a bicycle, you dumbass. But I am calling your supervisor, which coincidentally was my my Lucha promoter's wife's. What was he? Either her nephew or not her son-in-law, but yeah, he was like her nephew by marriage. So it was like, oh, small world. By the way, did you know what your bus driver was up to? And that's how I found out the board of supervisors were the ones calling the shots for our local bus system out here. So they got to hear about it from me, and that was in the early days of me getting an assembly up and going in my county and state and so on and so forth. So yeah, those are fun times. I'm gonna shut up now. I yield.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, speaking of masks, everything has a size. The particulates have a size, and I swear to God, I see people with wearing a mask, and they're wearing a mask because they're what are those people that build houses? Billy Carter?
Contractors. Yeah.
No. What is Billy Carter? No. Anyway, I'll think of it in a minute. And one of the requirements is when you volunteer for them, you had to wear a mask. And they were all wearing these masks, and there's all this dust floating around. And
Habitat for Humanity?
That's it.
Okay.
And Habitat, yeah. I volunteered for them for about a week, and I realized they're a bunch of fucking libtards. Oh, sorry for my language.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
I knew some people that got a house out of that deal. Yeah, it was cool. They built it, Yeah.
Yeah, my son
I got some help.
Yeah.
I got some help from them.
Right on.
They came over and put a new roof on this house.
Right on.
Because the snow crashed it. I mean, I had to pay for materials, but all the volunteers. Holy shit! Like
now they wanted you to wear a mask because was it because of COVID or was it because of the building?
It was because of COVID. Everybody had to wear a mask.
Well, yeah, bye.
You could see exactly. You could see where the dust and dirt was going up underneath these people's masks. And I showed up without a mask, and I said, "I'm not going to wear a mask."
Right, Miss Miners.
And they said, "You have to," and I left. So, okay. Well,
yeah.
You don't need me.
Hell yeah. Bye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those were crazy days. People still here do. Yeah. Oh, there's so, it's funny. There's some footage of, so Humboldt is really ramping up now, everybody. They're protesting now. I mean, they've really got it together to protest against, Musk and Trump and the Gaza thing. And they just have so many people that are really interested in doing all this. And they're all walking down the street outside wearing fucking masks with all their fuck Trump signs and everything out. They look so ridiculous to me. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. You don't realize how weak you look. I mean, they just look like brainwashed little puppets. Brainwashed little puppets.
If I may, it was forecasted, all of Cobra would wear the masks because they're terrorists, and all of G.I. Joe would run around without a mask on. So there you go. You knew who the good guys were because they don't need to cover their face because they're proud of what they're doing.
Right. Yeah. And it's every issue. They are like the media's little bitch, these colleges. And it's when the new students come in, you just see it. Now you see the pattern I see it more than I've saw it before. I mean, you kind of knew that it was coming out of the universities. You knew it for sure, and the media, and Hollywood, and all of that. And a lot of them are, their funding has been pulled. Oh, I got a good one for you. So you know how Trump has said he's stopping on all of the offshore wind turbines. Well, so out here, they kept talking about it for a couple weeks, but then one day they come out and there was an article, 100 people have now been laid off with the offshore wind wind turbine program. And I'm thinking, well, what have they been doing? Where have they been? There's, you know what I mean? Like there is no wind turbines here yet. Do you need 100 fucking engineers to put them out there? It's just ridiculous. So here we're also getting a lot of cuts. The Forest Service has had a lot of cuts. They're definitely feeling it in Humboldt. It's a big government city.
I would say that the Forest Service is getting cuts from California to make Trump look bad.
Okay.
And as far as the wind turbines, that would be a good place to do some research. Who are they? I always say, who are they? And do some FOIA requests, find out their government contracts, just FOIA the shit out of them. I'm sorry. I'll try and quit that. Damn it.
I'm over here F-bombing and you're all sorry you said shit. Thanks, Ricky. Thanks a lot, buddy.
I said shit, and then I said, I'll try and quit that, damn it.
Fine.
Anyway, do some FOIA requests. And as far as the people that are marching with masks on, they don't want to show their identity because they know they're idiots or dumbasses. I
totally know that. But they're also, a lot of them are just chicken shits. They still grocery shop with them. These young college kids, they're just, they exude weakness. Okay. They exude weakness. It's pouring out of their pores.
I work down the street from a college, and yes, what you're saying, Dee, there are still college age people wearing masks. I'm pretty darn sure they ain't got cancer because they don't look like the usual. Unless there's a blood cancer or something I can't see. They don't look elderly and frail. So what are these youngsters' excuses, And while I am pondering on that, one thing we got to remember, at least for the younger crowd, they were not given, the correct psychological resources during COVID to cope with this, other than the media telling them to be afraid.
Right.
The American people survived a biological weapons attack, whether it was from our own deep state or a combination of our deep state and China. You all are war veterans, believe it or not. And the way to win that war was with truth. So those of you who stuck to truth and stuck to the Lord, guess what? You had the victory in the end. You can see clearly with 20/20 vision now. You're not the same person you were before who said, well, if the crowd tells me to do something, I might go along. No, you guys snapped out of that, or you guys were, you had discernment already, and you gathered further discernment because you saw who in your community is weak and who in your community has willpower. And that's a very big thing. If, when Ricky and me and others were talking about building up your networks, you don't want people who are weak-willed to be in your network because they will snap under pressure and unfortunately either drag you down or sell you out or hurt you because they can't handle the pressure.
That's it. It's also showed us who sold out.
Yeah,
showed us who sold out.
The New York Times is now saying that, we were misled. Oh, you mean the very newspaper that told Americans that those of us who saw through this were conspiracy theorist kooks?
Right.
Frank?
Little too late.
I'm literally repeating Harrison's coverage this morning from American Journal, by the way. He covered that. And Chase Geyser later on picked it up in the middle of the day for the Alex Jones show. I mean, these guys, they as, alt-right hosts or whatever you want to consider them, they're very furious because they were the ones breaking that news. And, New York Times is making it like they just figured it out and it's breaking. That's
Okay.
another thing too. We were the vanguard folks, all of us sharing the news on social media. Even if they took us off of it, we'd find another way. We'd share it with our neighbors and our friends. And yeah, there would be, folks who would dispute it, but the ones who are looking for information, maybe they want to know about ivermectin, maybe they want to know about hydroxychloroquine or other, remedies. Guess what? We actually beat them. They couldn't get all
Okay,
of
but
us.
it kind of made people a target, though. Like, what do you think about Alex Jones's staffer that just got killed? Do you think it's connected or not? Is there a danger? Now, look, I walked around no mask in a very liberal state, and I saw exactly who was weak and who wasn't. Just to your point, absolutely, 100%. It took me about 2 months to go, wait a second, this is a complete sham, right? Now, what do you think about the danger level once people start bringing us the truth? And this can snowball into a lot of people in danger, but let's just say the one that already happened, Alex Jones. What do you think of that?
You gave a good question. I'm going to go. This answer is going to take a second to unravel. Now, Jones's staffer, there was a little snippet that slipped, and I don't know if people caught it, but he may have had an expose on the mayor of Austin, Texas, that was coming up. Maybe. So a mayor can definitely order that chief of police, if the police are dirty, to go do stuff like this, and then they just dress up like they're gang members. It's to me, it smells just like the Seth Rich murder, where it's a robbery that was botched. I mean, how many times does that happen when they kill somebody who's important? A lot, pretty often. It's kind of like, someone falls over, overboard on a ship, drunk and naked at sea, or like Robert Maxwell, or they magically hang themselves when security cameras are off, like his protege Epstein did. So let's look at this. Okay, if you're telling the truth, you can tell it, within a small enclave of people, that you've vetted. There's this thing me and Ricky know about called the Bivens decision, and I think Bonnie and Dee are familiar with it as well. A lot of people know about that, and a lot more people should know about that in the right settings, because I would hate for a bunch of Antifa people to use it to protect their meetings. But moving further along, when it comes to telling the truth, here's what's going to happen. They're going to insult you and mock you, and they're going to deride you. And eventually, you're going to start having people being won over. And those folks, they're going to try to, reason with you or get you to change what you're doing. And eventually, a lot of them are going to join you. It's a bandwagon effect. Now, sometimes it doesn't happen in your lifetime, or sometimes even worse, you wind up like this big truth teller named Jesus Christ. And his truth was way too inconvenient for the Romans and the Sanhedrin. And so, they took his life for it, because he was telling them the ultimate truth, that the kingdom of God is within the hearts of all men. That's why when he dies, the veil in the Holy of Holies is ripped. That's the Spirit of God. That's God leaving the temple, folks. And then you have the Pentecost, where the Holy Spirit goes into the hearts of and all the disciples and apostles and the congregation that was there. God left that little temple. That's why you don't want a third temple, by the way. And it's in the hearts of everybody who believes in him. You get it? You carry the Holy Spirit. That's the ultimate truth. It's no longer confined to a temple. And when they build that third temple, it's not going to be full of a Holy Spirit. It's going to be full of an Antichrist. And yes, those folks in Israel are hard at work trying to build that third temple. If Craig the Hunter was still in here, they were chatting about that earlier on 10 TV's coverage, and they had a Mideast report on that. So I brought that point up, is that if you get how it works, God sat on the mercy seat there, the Holy of Holies, with the Ark of the Covenant, and then the Ark gets taken away, and they rebuild the temple, and then the veil is torn, which means also that barrier between God and man is torn. God is now with man again, if man accepts Jesus Christ. So that big truth, I'm gonna do something here that'll really blow some minds, because I'm sure some people have heard this, some haven't. Okay, so the Romans and the Sanhedrin, these characters love to make their money off the people. The Romans would call it taxation. For the Sanhedrin, Pharisees and Sadducees, they were taxing, or they were money lending, or they were manipulating the price of your doves or your rams or whatever you were going to sacrifice that day in the temple, whether it's your leave offering or your your atonement offering or whatever offering you're doing. Well, here's the kicker. Let's trace that word back of church. It translates back in the Germanic to body. So if the Holy Spirit, if God is dwelling in your body, well, we know you can't tax a church. That would mean the Romans can't tax the people if the people are all full of the Spirit of Christ. Kind of ends the game for the temple guys who run the temple, the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Kind of ruins their game too. See how big of a deal Jesus was to that world at that time? You know, people are still not understanding. Taxation is not, you know, something that should happen to anyone who believes in Jesus. I'm not saying don't pay your taxes currently, wink, wink.
You're not?
But yeah. I'm not saying that I have missed a payment or two on taxes, but I might have a payment plan, paying them the bare minimum. You know, they want their pound of flesh, they had to work for it, is all I'm going to say. But, you know, the end of the day is that, you know, it is not Christian to do usury, and it is not Christian to tax people. There are other ways to get government to work. And those who want to study voluntarism, libertarianism, you know, and further works going down that route, they're welcome to do so. But here's the issue. We have a nation since Carnegie and Rockefeller. We got to teach them that, because they were taught, oh, nothing in life is sure except death and taxes. You always got to pay the tax, man. You always got to pay your 10% tithe. Why am I going to pay a 10% tithe to a 501c3 that gets government money to stay afloat anyway, and is not preaching the word of God, but is editing what they preach? They're not preaching about life. They're not preaching about love. They're not preaching about protecting the firstborn, you know, and excuse me, not the firstborn, the unborn. I'm sorry, folks. I'm a little hot.
Okay,
But
Oh, look at my new book.
oh, it's your new book.
Yeah.
Reference.
Yeah,
You know,
this has the Hebrew and the Greek.
Yeah,
It's really small. I'm going to need to get some kind of magnet thing. And then I got this Ethiopian Bible that has large print. Oh, I'm sorry. I was not muted. Oh my gosh.
hey, you got a Coptic Bible. That's awesome.
That's funny.
So, no, that's the thing,
But
guys.
Sean,
You know, never stop studying the word. Go ahead.
Thousands of years before Jesus, church and state were intermingled. They are copacetic, parasitic relationship against the people. You know,
I'm
so
gonna
it's pay to play either way.
I'm gonna offer a slight variation against that, with like the Pharaoh, as in, you know, he is the living embodiment of Ra, the sun god, this and that. Later,
Yeah.
the Pharaoh C.
Just
Yeah,
like
I do get.
is Ra-El. Yeah.
Yeah, I get the idea that these folks try to make the religion part of their government. But you see, what made Israel different in that Old Testament, if you read about that, is you had your prophet, and then the prophet gave the choice. I'm drawing a blank on which prophet does this, but it kind of does break God's heart to this. It's like, do you, Israel, want to live under, you know, the word of God, or do you want to live under a king? And this is what sets up Saul to come in, and eventually Saul gives way to David, so on and so forth. You had basically your prophets and your kings. The prophets were, you know, essentially imbued by the Spirit of God, hence their gifts of prophecy and everything else, and their miracles. And then the kings were anointed by God to rule, you know, in place of the judges, to rule wisely, but they were not holy men. They were kings. This is why David and Solomon, you know, people focus on them, but we forget about Jonathan. We forget about, you know, the other prophets that were around that time period going onwards. You know, Elijah and Elisha, you know, they were not working buddy the will of God with the kings of Israel at the time. A good example would be Ahab. You know, he's the king of Israel at the time, ruling out of Samaria. He's not at all aligned with God, especially with what Jezebel and the foreign gods they were worshiping and all the wickedness they were doing. You had a separation there of church and state, and the only thing that even gave some of those folks back then any legitimacy to say they could take money from that people was that maybe they controlled access to the temple. So that's a very crucial split.
We are in the same spiritual war, all right? And there's ton of ways to break this down. Even Solomon, SOL is another word for the sun.
Sun. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Jordan
And
Maxwell.
just like Ra, just like, okay, so all of these things kind of interconnect at some point, and we are still fighting the same battles. It's partially ideological, partially about control, all of that. I think recognizing it, absolutely. Now, there's a line somewhere of what you can resist and still live in this prison planet, right? If you don't pay your property taxes, you lose your house. If you don't pay your tithing in the Mormon church, you don't get into the temple. If you don't, it's all pay to play. Everything is pay to play. So there's a line of being a sellout versus understanding your role in this slave system. And I think that's exactly where we're at right now. We're at a precipice of a lot of change, one way or the other. What's it going to cost? Your spirit and your wallet, because that's what this is. But I don't know, man. Like, I don't think we can get out of that framework. We have to see it and recognize it. But you're not going to step out of it. You can step out of it as much as possible by taking control of as much as possible. But at the end of the day, you're still going to want your cell phone or computer, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beast system, Roots. I hear you. I mean, it's real hard to get out of all this shit right now.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
There's a key thing, though. In the chat, they're saying, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. The Romans, they want what they can physically hold, aka that coin. They want the body, the corpse, the straw man. There are others, they want your soul. And that's, a bigger deal. And that's the thing, is they could put Jesus up on the cross and declare him king of the Jews and destroy his body, but they could never take his soul. He went through that to the end. And sometimes some people do have birthdays that line up with the right, let's just say, metaphysical signs and stuff. So naturally, people around him are going to say, hey, this guy's born on this day according to this, and we're going to follow his star because guess what? Everything lines up. Yeah, everything might line up with these constellations, and so far, it might be his lucky stars that he is, born as the, we'll say the age of Aries, or Taurus goes into the age of Aries, which eventually goes into the age of Aquarius, it was Pisces, excuse me, and then Aquarius. Right. So I kind of get the metaphysical stuff, but you made a note, for example, about the LDS Church requiring a 10% tithe. That would be the same LDS Church that in the 80s said Freemasons were welcome. That's the same LDS Church now that is allowing gay ministers.
They're the same thing. They're the same thing.
Yeah, I was about to break that down.
Like this, that's a way different rabbit hole. Okay. But giving to Caesar what is Caesar's and giving, your tithe, right? So far, Caesar is winning. We are all paying way more taxes than tithe, whether, literally or figuratively. You see what I mean? Caesar is winning, and that is an earthly bind.
Can I say something?
But yes.
Oh, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead, Sean. Okay. I was just going to say real quickly that if we don't use their money, we don't have to pay their taxes. And if we were using real gold and silver, that's one way. But the whole system isn't set up that way right now, right? So I'll yield to you, Sean. Thank you for letting me.
Well, correct. We're not even doing species of currency, gold and silver, like you referenced. But the point of the spiritual tithe, you're giving to an organization that is serving evil purposes. So find that your organization. This is an easy thing. Me and Ricky have heard this before. You don't go to a 501c3 church, because we already know Lyndon B. Johnson set those up to stifle Christianity. That was one of his worst things he ever did to this nation, besides the Great Society scam that kept families broken up.
I need some documentation on that, please. I need some references for that.
The 501c3 or the Lyndon B. Johnson
for his participation in doing that with the churches. I don't doubt it.
Yeah, the churches almost cost him being a senator from Texas. So that was basically his revenge, was he created the 501c program, because anytime you get people dependent on that government money, they do what the government says. Now, flipping around, hey, you know what? Sell your ministry to your deacon for $1, buy it back from him, and guess what? File as a 1099. Bingo. Now you're not under their control. You can still run a ministry, but you got to just keep your books a little bit better.
Right.
You know, here's the thing. If they say the devil's in the details. If you want to have all those big mega churches, sure, be a 501c3, be Joel Osteen. But
Yeah.
a real minister doesn't need a big building, because God's spirit can be anywhere. That's what, when people talk about the temple, you know, the LDS church, hey, we got to build the temple. Like, it's like, hold on. The temple was done away with Jesus Christ, folks. We are the temple. That's why you're not supposed to abuse your body, get tattooed. No offense if you have tattoos or ear piercings or whatever. I'm not judging. But the idea is that those things were markings on what would be considered the temple of God, aka, you know, that body that God gifted you. So, you know, if
That's what Mormons teach. Yes, very specifically. Yeah.
Well, they're always trying to recreate Solomon's temple. Those who've studied the esoteric know that Solomon was doing some things he shouldn't have, and it references it in the Old Testament. He had the multiple wives, but because of that, they had multiple gods being worshipped in Jerusalem, in the holy city. And so God was like, you know what? I'm not going to take it from you, but your bloodline, your children, you know, I will destroy your kingdom. And eventually it does happen that, you know, his different descendants get even worse. And then that's where, like I referenced earlier, you have the different prophets coming along. You eventually have Ahab, you know, you have Jezebel, you have all kinds of characters, Jeroboam, and there's some really fascinating stuff between David's stories, and then when you go, by the time you get to Book of Chronicles, you almost feel bad for the people of Israel because they have to suffer under these wicked rulers. And that's something we as an American people, yeah, we'll give to Caesar what's Caesar's. Okay, well, who's Caesar? Remember, Caesar was supposed to also be a god man. In the Roman system, he's supposed to be the son of Jupiter or Mars, depending on what, you know, title they ascribe to him.
Depends on which.
Okay. Yeah, and they even try to merge some of those concepts with the concept of Jesus Christ. A really good bit of trivia, for example, if you look at the oldest Greek Orthodox and Ethiopian Orthodox illustrations of Jesus, he looks like a regular shepherd dude. It's not until you know, he gets westernized and he gets the beard and the long flowing locks of, say, a Zeus or an Odin, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, if people can control a narrative, oh, well, Caesar is the state, so you should give to the states what the states. Okay, well, what does the state get? Well, the state, you know, it's frozen, it's a statute, it gets the cadaver. When you're dead, you're no longer Joe Schmo. You're a body. That's what they say when the paramedics come in. Where is the body? Now, you know, while you're alive and you're having that heart attack, they're like, you know, stay with us, Joe Blow, whatever your name is, stay with us. You know, they call your name and stuff. Once you're dead, all right, body was deceased at, you know, 0200 hours. You go from being a real thing to an inert thing. And yeah, and if you don't know this, folks, because of the organ transplant business, yes, they will claim your body parts. A lot of times now on the driver's licenses, it actually automatically signs you up unless you opt out like I did. You have to, basically, they're going to harvest your organs if they can. So you won't even be a complete cadaver once you're put in the soil, because guess what? You're now property of the state unless your family claims you. You know, who's going to claim the body? Remember that? If you're not claimed, you go to a pauper's grave. So there is a lot of validity in what you're saying.
That got real dark real quick, man. Whoa.
Hey, you know what? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You better be right with the Lord, because that's a must.
Right on.
Yeah, I added the last part of the poem, but anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, folks, for me out in my area, it's 11, and guess what? I got to actually work at 9 to 5 tomorrow, morning shifts.
You're a beast.
I know, but I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I just wanted to drop in. You know, Bonnie, thank you for letting us hang out, and I hope it was a good chat.
Good night, good man.
So much information.
Always.
Thank you, Bonnie.
What's up, darling?
Good night, Striker.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you.
Sweet dreams. Sweet
and
rest.
Virginia, thank you for the the topic at the end there too. I like to have it be broad ranging and topics and themes. And think about it, guys. In this last hour or so, we've gone from chemtrails and burning out the cities and insurance policy.
JFK, yeah.
JFK to
Roots is good for that. She's very diverse.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I'll go with the
I like deep divers.
me too.
Sean. It's always good to talk to you, man.
Yep. And you guys know where to get a hold of us on Sunday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Get people their intro knowledge and move them on from there. Oh, and Dee, I need to follow up with you on some of that good stuff too, by the way. So we'll talk later.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right.
You got it. Hit me up anytime.
Yeah, I'll send you a quick link on Discord. I shared it with our mutual friend Matt that Ricky knows, and
Okay.
I think you guys will. It's a In fact, I'm going to give it to Ricky too. Ricky, you remember Barefoot's World?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I found a really long treatise that was drafted on that page. Guys, this is like a truth document with some links, and this is back in the year 2000, before Google and 9/11 screwed up the internet for the rest of us. So I figured I'll drop that in the Discord for you guys to read and peruse. And I shared that with Matt first, and he seemed to like it. So if he liked it, you guys are going to love it.
Cool. Thank you, Sean.
Yep. Take
Thank you.
care. God bless all.
God
God
bless.
bless you.
Goodness.
Yeah, I guess. Now what am I going to do with my head with all this knowledge? Really?
If you were able to retain all of that, you're doing pretty good.
So in 2004, I think it was. Anyway, I didn't. When it comes to taxes, I was one of those guys that, I thought I had to pay taxes, whatever. But I did a 1099 all the time. and what happened is I would have to claim at the end of the year my profits because of a 1099. In other words, if you file a 10 something, I don't know, 10 for Good Buddy tax claim thing, they take it out, et cetera, et cetera. They take it out, and at the end of the year, they give you a little bit back and make you think you gained something. But a 1099, when you're doing a 1099, you add up everything you made and you add up everything you spent, and then if you made more money than you spent, you pay on that. Well, I've never done that. Well, one day the IRS come to me and says, well, we want to, audit you and do all this other stuff. And I said, go ahead, do what you got to do. And then they took me to court. And the first thing I said, and I didn't have a lawyer or anything, there was no lawyer, which was really weird. It was them against me and a judge. And I told them, I said, if you can prove to me that I have to pay you taxes, if you can give me a document that says I have to pay you taxes, then I will pay my back taxes to you. And they left me alone. Haven't heard from them since.
Huh.
Whoa.
Yeah, I have a 22-minute video that I could only share in a back room, not live sometime, from my friend Louie when I went to meet him. He brought me 4 different documents, which were back and forth between 4 different people that he helped opt out of the IRS system. And basically, that's how those conversations went. I think 2 out of 2 only ever got a second response from the IRS. One was right away, and the other one was after 3 years. And the other 2 never heard from the IRS again.
I never
But
heard
I'm
from
not.
them.
I'm not allowed to share that though on a live or anything yet. But I'm happy to share that in the back room with anybody sometime if we're ever there. You want to see it?
Only if you wear a mask.
It could work in Minecraft, allegedly.
Exactly like in the video game, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Exactly right. Yep. And there's lots of people that have tried to educate people on that. You certainly can find it, and I've showed it to my husband, and he met with Louis as well, and he saw all the same things I did, but he doesn't want to go to prison. So he'd rather pay the money because he's not confident in enough that he could beat them. You know, you have to have the confidence too. It is one thing to know the true knowledge, and I feel like a lot of people do know the true knowledge, but they lack the courage and the confidence to go through with something like opting out of the IRS. And my husband will tell you straight up, yeah, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to go to prison. He doesn't trust it. We remember James Trafficant. Does anybody remember James Trafficant?
What happened there? That sounds familiar.
He was I believe he was a House of Representative. He could have been a senator. He stood up and made excellent speeches about the IRS. He went to prison for 7 years. I think he died in prison, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have to look him up.
Darn.
But I admired him a lot. And he, you know, I don't know what he got wrong, how he ended up there, but that's what my husband keeps thinking about, is just like, if you lack the, you know, he doesn't have the confidence that he could not end up in prison if he didn't pay taxes, especially after paying them for so long. Yes, please.
I was between a rock and a hard spot, and I already lost everything. This was just after 2008, and through the Obama administration, the first day he shut down all oil industry, and we lost everything within 3 years. We had nothing, and then the IRS started coming after me, and I had nothing to lose. It's like, go ahead, throw me in jail, you know. But I can understand his point.
Right. I mean, if we had nothing left to lose, I could see him doing that too. But if we were younger, if we knew this information years ago, I wish so many things different. You know, love to be off grid, love lots of things. So it's just like you were saying, Roots, we're so in this freaking beast system that I just don't even see a way out.
I don't need.
Well, no, it's
I'm
not.
sorry, go ahead.
It's not realistic. The research on this stuff, it looks really enticing, but when it comes down to practice, no, unfortunately, we can't. You know, even though you can see, like, oh well, yeah, I could fill this out and it makes sense this way. Problem is, they don't see it that way. So it doesn't matter what you or I believes. It matters what they believe and what they're going to do about it.
What really matters is the rules of engagement. Knowing who they are and how they act, and you know how they make up rules day by day. They just make up their own rules and laws. But if you know who they are, like your county says, if you don't pay taxes on your land, we're going to take your land. It means you never own your land. But you can get a land patent on your land, and you can take it completely off the books out of the county. I'm working on that one next. I'll give
Nice.
you an update.
Oh, good.
A friend of mine did it right in the middle of town. And the building inspector came over and was doing some kind of something on his land in town, and it's a city lot. And he told the guy to get off his property, and the guy says, no, I don't have to get off your property. I'm the assessor. Okay. And he said, get off my property, and ran the guy off. Get out of here, you know, go. So the guy went to his superior, and his superior, I think this was at the city. His superior at the city said, don't don't bother him. Just leave him completely alone. And
But
that's
in that,
because he took it. Go ahead.
no, I'm sorry.
And that's because he took his property off the books. He claimed the original deed. And I'm doing it next. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
But in that instance, you would have to own it outright. You couldn't owe a mortgage.
Correct.
So it's kind of like a Lloydal.
The bank owns your property until you pay it off.
Yes.
Collateral.
Huh. I don't know, Ricky. Let us know how that goes. Do
Yeah.
the steps and what may have made it go through or what made it not go through, because it's really
I'll let you know.
vital.
I'll definitely let you know. All I know for sure is there's 2 people in this county that have done it, and they don't have any problems.
Okay.
And I'm
Picks or it
next.
didn't happen, Ricky. Okay.
What's that?
Picks or it didn't happen. Pictures.
Right. Pictures. And she doesn't mean dick pics either, Ricky. Okay.
Right.
That's not what she's saying.
Not an invitation. Pictures or it didn't happen. Show
Yeah.
How about my leather chaps? Come on.
Are they assless?
Yes.
Mhm.
And I got a really nice looking ass because I looked at it in the mirror one day. And I'm like, damn, bro.
Mhm.
I said, damn.
As long as you're enjoying it.
Mhm.
Right. That's all that matters. You rock your ass. Get down with your
Right.
bad self. Get down with your bad self.
Yeah. Also TMI, Ricky.
Right. Exactly. That too.
Just saying.
Oh shit. Well, a lot of people do trusts for their home and property.
Hmm.
A lot of people do that, and I thought that was another good thing to do. As far
Well,
as I
something
A trust.
a while back was, I think in reply to him being audited or whatever, is I think to Hillary, he said this, I'm just using the system as it is written. He does his
Mhm.
write-offs, he categorizes things in a certain way and kind of goes into the paperwork of it, the tedious, the way you title your property, whether or not you owe on it, the county that it's in, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
do what they do, because that's what they're doing. Hey, Firefly.
Hey, Firefly. Good morning.
A trust is only a way to transfer the real property.
Hmm.
That's all that is. I mean, it's like, okay, I could put this property in a trust right now with all my kids, and they would be in control next after me.
Yep.
But they would still have to pay county taxes.
Yes.
They'll have to pay something, but in Minecraft, because none of us are financial advisors or accountants, and obviously real for entertainment
Exactly.
only.
Right.
Yeah, it's a way to help along the next generation. Use their codes to your advantage when you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ricky just got up. Like the balls were talking. Like, yes.
Well, I don't see it that way. I see it as, who are they? And what authority do they have over me? And how do
It doesn't
they
matter.
get
They'll
that
put you in
authority?
jail. You don't have to ask who they are. They'll put you in jail.
Well, no, okay, I called Ricky about that EDD case that I was telling you guys about earlier, and how this I found through all the paperwork when I was looking through it all, that it was one asshole judge who, with a summary judgment, decided I was guilty and had to pay back all this money, right? And Ricky's like, well, who is suing you? Who is suing you? And that really caused me to really be able to read that information. I mean, yeah, obviously you can see it plainly, but at the same time, we're seeing all this corruption with the Doge and everything, and we're seeing so many fake people don't even come to work. There's all this grifting going on. We're seeing it everywhere with this government, you know? And so I think that maybe we will get to a point where, you know, a lot of these people won't be able to walk down the street because their corruption is when we're able to see the budget of our towns, this shit is under so much layers. You know, you have to know who's getting the money. Mostly it's grant money. It's just gross.
Sorry, I blew up.
You sure
I
did.
didn't mean to. I thought I was muted. I am really sorry, guys.
You were not
100%.
muted. At least it was the upper end.
Well, I knew it was bad because I saw like a green cloud. No, oh shit, I wasn't muted.
Oh my gosh, that was a good one though, really.
Yeah, I give it a 6.
Yeah. But anyway, I think people are seeing it. Like for me to be able to just, like I said, go through that paperwork and see, okay, so this whole thing that happened to me where they're extorting my fucking money is because some asshole judge decided with a stroke of his pen. I never got no phone call. I wasn't invited in. There was no due process. That's for damn sure. And they just were going to keep coming at us. They just kept, every 2 weeks, it was a new letter with a few more $1,000. You know, it's extortion. That's what they were doing. So finally that case is done. But, you know, I never wanted to go after any of these people. I never wanted to tie my time up in a fucking courtroom. But they're just going to keep coming at me. So my husband did all that. Yeah, go ahead.
I have to ask. Okay, so in some people's opinion, they would have just rolled over and just paid them money, right? In some people's opinion. But if you put up a fight against this enemy, you know, and resist the devil, like the county, you know, the county came over here and somebody complained, and I knew exactly who it was. Somebody complained because I got a bunch of vehicles on my property. Somebody complained. County inspector came over here and said, you got to clean up your yard. And I said, fuck you.
Yeah.
And that's straight up. I don't have to do nothing. I like my property. These are my flowers. Leave me alone. Yeah. And I said, don't come back here and bother me unless you have a court order.
Yeah.
And then I read him 18 USC 241 about wherever two people gather in any place to take my freedoms or my happiness.
Color of law.
They're that's 18 USC
242.
83 is color of law. Anyway,
and I quoted wrong, straight up. Okay. I think you're wrong, but okay. Yeah, I think you're wrong. It's 242.
Is it?
Yes, I know. Because I was reciting it a lot the last couple of years. When's the last time you told your neighbor this? Looking it up right now on the Google, everybody. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I'm sorry.
But anyway, I quoted him 242. I've been corrected.
Okay.
And I said, I'll go after you guys. I said, I'm not playing this game. I don't care if you're a county worker or not. I'm going after you as individuals. I'm not going after the county. I'm going after you, your name, your whatever they pay you when you retire, whatever. I'm going
pension. Yeah, pension. Fuck them. Yep.
Yeah, and never heard another word. So you can actually lay down and let these people control you and attack you, or you can research and use knowledge, and use their rules against them. Period.
Mhm. Right. It's
I
best
ain't
to
never
not.
done that.
Yeah. I would have liked to gone after that judge, Ricky. I really would
Don't
have if I'd have had nothing else to lose. But then again, in
don't
lieu
ever
of
go against. Don't ever go after the judges. Don't ever go after the bar association.
I know, but I would have liked to. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and the
You know.
reason is they will change the goalpost. They will make up
Right.
something and change the goalpost.
Right.
If you use documentation against them,
Mhm.
they will change the goalpost and call you a paper terrorist.
Right. Right. Like in Minecraft.
What are you guys talking about Minecraft?
Oh, damn, Ricky.
It's the video game that we're talking about because it's not real life because
Yeah.
YouTube is asshole.
Yeah, YouTube is asshole. Never
Okay.
give advice. This is not advice in any way, shape, or
Right.
form.
It's called CYA. You know what that is, don't you, Ricky?
Got
Yeah,
it.
you
Yes.
should.
Got it.
Jeez,
Yeah.
Ricky.
Damn it.
We're not
I
eating
wish
almond roca, man.
Keep up. Keep up.
I wish there was
Do
I wish there
better.
was some kind of like little notification that I got ahead of time here.
You gotta
I
read
didn't get the
between the
memo.
lines.
No, you're
You're
able to
sitting
roll
here
with
with
us.
3 women. You don't think
Yeah.
you have to read between the lines?
I
Come
mean,
on.
you got it. It didn't take you long. You
Yeah,
figured
when
it
it
out.
comes to women, all I know is yes, I agree.
Right.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Keep it good and shallow, Ricky. Why don't you?
Right. Yeah. Now we know.
It was way more fun when you were willing to be risque.
Yes.
Now you're just gonna be a pussy. Go away.
Now you're boring. I was gonna call him a pussy, but I felt bad. So thank you, Dee. He broke
Okay,
the
I knew it.
Yeah, that's a
Yes.
pussy ass move, Ricky.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, law. God help that courtroom. I know. I'm working on it. I'm working on knowing as much law as possible. I love the law. I love God's law. Man's law can suck it, but God's law is where it's at.
You can
So,
always fall back on
Temporal,
that.
like we can't get outside of man's law because we live in man's world. Now you follow your spiritual laws
mhm.
100%. That's kind of like intangible.
Right.
Unless you do something wild, it's not going to cost you your livelihood or family or whatever, right?
Right.
So these are 2 separate things. And I think it gets tied up a lot.
I don't
People have
agree.
expectations. No. Spiritual versus temporal are 2 different things, man. People tie them up too much and make everything hinge on some kind of invisible idea, right? And we got to be grounded in reality at some point of what really does
Right.
cost or affect you or what you have to do, in the system we're in or
Well, when I
With
say
this,
God's law, I'm talking about common law, which does still rule the day. And some people can wield that law in a courtroom. It's not often lawyers, attorneys. It is a different system. Some of them do it in constitutional law. It's just there is a different system in the corporate. The superior courts are dual purpose. And not many people can walk in there with their own grand jury and put the magistrate and the judge in their place, but some people can. Some people can. I don't know how, but I do look for that.
Consistency, I think, is in our morals and values. That's the part of this you can control, church and state. Again, the church, whatever that is, meeting right now technically is a church. It's 2 or more people. And the temple is you, like we talked about, desecrating your body or whatever. That is what we can keep consistent. That is what we can control. but we have to work within this beast system. Like we're saying the same thing, you know. That's the bitch of it, is keeping the God center, you know, while having to work in a known beast system. And there's things that we're going to yearn for or want to happen, whether it's justice or knowledge or, you know, things being better, whatever that means to you.
I just want the truth, like you.
Yeah.
I got a
truth.
Really? Yeah,
But-
go ahead, Rick.
Yes, chessboard.
So do
Allegory of the cave.
chessboard. So we're not supposed to control what's going on around us, or we're not supposed to change what's going on around us.
Absolutely
With the-
try to change it, you know, and go step by step, but recognize it's two different things.
You interrupted me. I was still talking.
So what I was going to say is, with all power and authority go in my name, given to the church, we're supposed to not resist the enemy. I mean, come on now.
That's not what I said, man. I just
No,
said there's
we're
two
trying
different
to-
reasons.
Yeah. She's talking about living in this beast system, but yet we want to keep and hold on to our spiritual, but
Your
it's like,
morals and values. Yeah.
right.
Okay, I get it.
That's the balance point. I think that's hard to identify, how, you know, our morals and values versus this that we're in. Well, do what you can to use the codes against them, you know, like Trump said. But we all also have this urge, I think, and I think that's what brings a lot of us here, is this angst about having to participate in it in the first place.
Mhm.
And
We're
I'm not
born into it, right? I mean, we were born into this slave system.
and try to make change. You know, I've started following a few channels where you go and sign some things, or a pro or a con, or, you know, just paying attention more locally. I think that's probably a solid first step. Local.
Absolutely. Yes.
Go
Excellent.
from there, like, don't give up, but keep your morals and values as you go.
How are you, Miss Bonnie?
Oh, I'm good. I was just gonna say, it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Amen.
It's what every man wants.
Right.
Every person.
And yeah, and peace, you know, and we deserve to feel secure. When I don't know if we were really harmonizing on this, your point, Roots, about the spiritual and the physical. And as far as like when I was talking about God's law, you know, being supreme over man's law, and that's what our man's law in the form of the Constitution is actually protecting. It's supposed to protect what was naturally given to us by the Creator.
But it's
Yes.
not.
And
It's not being protected, though.
Right.
No, it's not. The inalienable rights.
Right.
right, like
Those
a
who
man,
believe it, they are not being protected.
right. And how do people think that that's going to change? I hope that with this less government thing, I mean, I never would have thought that I would live to see a time where complete agencies, the Department of Education and the three-letter agencies, were getting chopped around, right? Like they are. It's still not over. I don't want to see people suffer without their jobs, but I'd also would like to see government downsized, which is what's happening. So I would think that would make people a lot more confident that we might be able to get a handle on it, because I think people have been afraid more than anything, don't you?
Well, and that's why I'm waiting to see how that goes with the judges against Elon, because they are saying that what he's doing, like blocking U.S. aid, is unconstitutional. So I'm interested to see how they prove that, how they go from here.
Well, they can't do anything about it because Elon Musk is working through the president
Yes.
to do these things. It's not Elon Musk, it's the president. Elon, go out there and kick them people's ass. All right, boss, basically. Well, it's up to the president to do this. And we've all been screaming for years and years and years that we want to reset. We got to reset this government. And I think in a big way, the government's being reset. I think all the players are being exposed. And if they're in the government and they get fired, sorry, you're a player, you got exposed, you're out of here. You know, you're sucking on the people's tit and not doing anything. It's time for you to go. Sorry you lost your job. Maybe you can get government to pay you because you lost your job or something. You know, what's that called? Whatever it is.
Unemployment.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Good
Well,
example.
I'm not
of
sorry
the
if they
player.
weren't going to work for 40 hours a week either and not even working at all and just collecting a check. I'm not going to feel sorry for those people that are just grifting or the dead
they're
people
finding-
that are collecting checks.
They're finding empty buildings
Right. Right.
that get $19 million a month or something, or whatever.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Also,
outrageous.
here's another one. A good example of a player is Nancy Pelosi has a vineyard. She got a grant from the government for $19 million to do studies on plants.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole
I think
flip on
what's happening
EVs.
is cool.
Mhm. Yeah, the whole flip on EVs is weird to me too. I have wondered too if like if Trump is even going to flip on Musk at some point. Like there's just everything is so wild. There hasn't been anybody really getting called out in his new administration yet. People were getting real impatient with Pam Bondi and everything, but I've been waiting to see who's going to be the first turncoat or who's going to be the first one that gets, called out, because a lot of that was going on his first term.
Yeah, he loves to fire people. You're fired.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the arrests that need to be made. Like Hillary and Bill and Nancy and Schumer. I'm not seeing the arrests that need to be made.
What they're saying, the rumor is about the auto pen. Who do you think they're saying was using it?
Oh, shit. Multiple people.
Well, no, but think about it. One person, the arrest that'll shock the world. The first arrest, who do you think? Who is running? What were they calling Biden's term? Remember
Obama.
what they've been called? Oh, Biden. That's right. Obama. Oh,
Right.
Biden.
Obama's third term.
So,
I wouldn't be shocked by any of them.
Right. But that's what's kind of being laid out there right now. It's dripping out right now. It's dribbling out right now that this auto pen made his, what was it a couple days ago? Made the pardons invalid. Now it's this, now it's that. Hunter security details taken away. Okay, we're still building up for the big climax, but it's like a want. We're not getting anything. I mean, we're not getting anything.
But wait, guys, come on. It's only 54 days.
Yeah.
It's only 54 days and all this shit is hit the fan.
Man.
So let's see what happens.
Yeah. Well, okay, but in 54 days, in 54 days, how many towns are on fire? How many weapons have been used against people in our country? How many chemtrails and how many, I mean, if it's over, it's over. Then why are we still being, assaulted and attacked?
It's only
It's
Another
been
weapon.
4 days. You know, it hadn't even been like 3 or 4 months yet.
Mm-hmm.
And all this shit's hitting the fan. I mean, look at all the information that has come out about these fires like LA.
Mm-hmm.
And look at all the information that we, the people, have found out about this information.
Mm-hmm.
Trump actually talked about it. He said, what happened there was very suspicious, whatever.
Yes, and when he went there too, he exposed a lot of shit with that Karen Bass and all those,
Right.
some of those people, and some good people were there too. And I think
Yep.
that's why he went there.
My research on California, now check this shit out. I did research on California and the wildfires and who owns the aircraft. When one of those bombers fly, it's $300,000 an hour
Yeah.
Yes.
for those airplanes to fly and drop water.
Yeah.
I got to thinking, now wait a minute, California allows that state to burn.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So who are the players? Who are they? Who are the contractors that have these planes, and who are the investors?
Mm-hmm.
And it all goes back to politicians and their
Yeah.
families
Yeah.
that are investors in these aircraft.
Yes.
So let's make more fire.
Yeah. You know what? All the firefighters know it too. They brag about their triple time and their overtime and their it's almost like it's
Look at the
another one of those.
contractors.
Yeah.
Forget the
Yeah, it's a
people that
whole
are paid
thing.
by the
It's a whole
state.
thing. Down to the t-shirt maker. I survived the LA fires. They all have the fucking t-shirt too.
Yep. Anyway,
No, it's a big grift. It's another big grift, isn't it?
Well, all our
yes.
firefighters are volunteer. None of them get paid.
Well, maybe ours shouldn't either, because some of them go. That's a real thing. Some
Yeah.
of them are pyros, man. They're just like little pyros.
That's
Didn't a
actually
few of them get arrested in California?
I'm sorry.
Didn't a few of them get arrested in
Yeah.
California?
Oh yeah, and some anarchists and some protesters and some sellouts. Look at how bad it is. People are desperate. Hey, go over here, start this fire. I'll help you get away. Whatever. I don't know. I mean, you get people to do what. I don't know how you get someone to start a fire like that and anywhere near people. Like that's that evil we were talking about earlier, like LBJ. That's that evil side.
Yeah.
there's kind of like a pattern in arson that a fair percentage of arsonists are actually like firefighters. They have a pyro fantasy in some way, and statistics. I don't know. In Minecraft, I saw that statistic. Sometimes they're the ones involved for the thrill of putting it out. They'll show up too at the scene, be like, "Word, let's put this out,"
Yeah, the thrill and the triple time, the thrill and the big fat paycheck. I mean, it really does get down to that. They love that kind of money. It's like fire season. I had a guy that was a tenant of mine, and he worked in Yosemite for the summer. For 2 months, he made $30,000 for 2 months.
Wow.
It's real good money. It's hella good money. You talk about mixing. Let's think about all the things they get to mix up with that grift: fear, death,
You can
using
feed
equipment.
yourself up
Yeah.
with parasite in your mind, big time. Yeah.
Yeah. Then they get to play with all the big boy toys
Mm-hmm.
too.
I
I
love
mean,
the toys.
of course, we all love the toys,
Yeah.
right, Roots? We love the toys.
Ah, TMID. We're live.
I'm just kidding. I
Break
love
the batteries.
I would drive me a fire truck. You better believe it. I'd drive me a fire truck and a backhoe. That's for
So
sure.
what you're saying is we should rename some of the toys y'all use to the BRT and the backhoe.
The backhoe is yeah, that sounds like a name for somebody's toy, but not mine.
No.
There's a market for it.
No, thank
The
you.
BR
Yeah, Jackrabbit or some shit, Rock Rabbit. I don't know. I've seen it.
BRT, the big red truck.
Oh wow, Richard.
Damn, what you
The
got
big
there,
red
girl?
truck.
That's a big red truck if I ever saw one.
Like
Oh,
big red
that's
truck,
funny.
like Chevy, like a rock. Like a rock. Oh,
I'm
like
as strong
a rock.
as I could be.
Right. He's doing man
Nothing
math.
ever got to me. I love that song. I love to play that song on the piano. It is so fun. It's so nostalgic. I'm like, I was 18, didn't have a care. Do, 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 do. Not a dime to spare. Solid everywhere, like a rock.
Yes.
Oh, it's a great song. I love Bob Seger. What a voice.
Mhm.
Love that raspy voice.
Poor Ricky. He doesn't know what to do. He's up here.
Ricky.
He's
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. You're 100% correct. I'm sitting here in awe. Aw. Aw.
Mhm.
Yeah. How
Michigan
do I get in here and
Outpost.
say something? Oh, I can't.
No.
No, I can't. I don't dare.
Mhm.
Yep, it could go. It could really go a
We'll
lot of
let you bury
directions.
yourself. Just talk away.
Go a lot
This
of
could go
directions.
south real quick.
South,
You already
north,
did.
sideways.
Sideways. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What's that saying? There was a crooked.
Man who walked a crooked mile with a
Yeah,
crooked
that's it.
smile.
There you go.
Did he have a crooked toy too?
Dude, how does that go? I've never heard that one.
Crooked
There
cane.
was a crooked man that walked a crooked mile.
Didn't he have a crooked cane?
Oh yeah, a lot of crooked things
Huh.
in that one. It's like the old woman that swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. Did you ever hear that one?
Yes.
Yes, I figured.
Now you're
He walked
freaking me
a
out.
crooked mile. There it is. It's a whole thing. Here's the lyrics. Here they are. It's not very long. There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found crooked sixpence and a crooked style. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a crooked little house. The end.
Huh. Interesting.
There it is.
It's a song for kids. Like it's a song too, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Oh wow.
My grandmother was real adamant about teaching nursery rhymes.
Mhm.
They're so messed up though.
I know.
Right.
Weren't we talking about that the other night about Grimm's and everything? We always
Yeah.
talk about those nursery rhymes.
Yes.
How morbid and scary they were.
The cradle in the tree. The wind blows and it falls.
All that shit. It was like, yeah, ring around the
Yeah.
rosy.
They give
Ashes
you
to
like a
ashes.
chapter
Mhm.
They get you with the tune, like a catchy
Mhm.
tune. And then if you stop and think about the words, you're like, oh, oh, oh.
How morbid. How
Right.
dark. How scary and terrifying.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we do the "You Are My Sunshine" or
Mhm.
things
Yeah,
that,
that's a great one. Mhm.
yeah.
Well, you would do those like in a loop. You are my sunshine, or row, row, row your boat, or whatever, and then people would loop on each other and go. You might have like 3 groups doing it.
Yes.
Those are wild too. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Well, I guess it seems pretty benign. About a dark history with that one.
Dark history? Are you thinking like Uncle Tom?
No, I'm thinking no. No. I was just thinking how a lot of kids' songs have some weird dark connection, like
Yes.
he said, "Ring Around the Rosies" or whatever. But "Row Your Boat," I'm not sure where that would connect to, even in a Grimm's fairy tale or something. Trying to find a good one,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream.
Yes.
Hmm.
I mean,
So we're all dreaming.
right? Lackadaisical, rowing, you're just kind of hanging out. Now, is it rowing like running from an alligator, or is it rowing like where you're with, like when you're out on a date and they show in those romance movies where the
Yeah.
dude rowing you merrily,
Like The Notebook. And then a
Yes.
whole beautiful flock of bird comes along, and then an incredible rainstorm comes along, and the next thing you know, you're in his arms. Like
It
that
starts
one.
raining. Yeah. Yeah.
I still love you. I never gave up.
Yeah. Yes.
I love that movie.
I do
Okay, I
too.
love that
So-
movie. It's a top.
I think that's in
top
Tarzan
one.
too.
In what?
Tarzan, the animated Tarzan.
Oh, I love that one. I really loved that one too.
Interesting. It is.
Good soundtrack on that one too. I used to listen to that soundtrack a lot.
Well, nobody took me in a rowboat. Darn it.
No. I've been in a canoe with my love. I mean, I've been in motorized boats. I like horsepower.
Oh,
Let's get the horsepower out. I don't want to row. Okay, life's too short. It's but a dream.
Have a
Let's
vibrator.
go.
She pulls like a chainsaw motor. Like,
There we go, getting back to the big red truck.
I mean, there's lots of different ones with different settings. You just have to look around. I think I got one like that. I'm not sure. I'm not going to pull it out though.
it's okay. It's all right. We don't need to. We don't.
No.
What?
I may have lots of toys. It doesn't mean I use them. Okay.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Decoration. They're
Right. Just nostalgic.
Yeah.
Somebody gave it to me at my bridal shower or something.
It was a
like
gift.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Glow in the dark night light.
Right.
Old English
Hey,
nursery
that's
rhyme.
not bad. Yeah.
No, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Black light.
Mhm.
Life is but a dream.
Right. I'd be
It
really
is.
curious if anyone found a darkness on that one.
Yeah, it doesn't sound bad.
It doesn't, but you never know a backstory.
Right?
Like
You don't.
Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz, all the classic earworm and brainworm shit. there's an underlying darkness that you don't see when you're a kid, and then you eventually find out, and you're like, oh, well, shit. Okay.
Or that we never see, like with okay, so you know that famous painting of the man praying over his bowl and bread, and the Bible's right next to him with his glasses on top of it.
Mm,
No.
okay.
Kind of a famous. It was a famous photo
Yes.
back in. Okay, and then it became painting. Well, I just watched a video on it yesterday. It was like 7 minutes long, and the title was "Nothing About This Painting Is What It Seems." And I was like, oh boy, here we go. Because we used to actually have that. My husband wanted that in our house, and we had it in our dining room for a while. So I'm like, okay, I better figure out what the frick this was about. And so it turned out that the whole thing was staged because there was a photographer who wanted to work on his portfolio, and the old man came to his house, and I can't remember why he came to his house, but he came to his house, and the photographer thought he was perfect for what he wanted to put in his portfolio. And so he completely staged that photograph. Originally it was a photograph until the man died, the man in the photo. And it was a hit. It was a bestseller for the photographer, but when the man died, the royalties he was getting then transferred to his daughter, and then she did paintings. She painted that photo, and it got another round of sales. Certain places were kept selling it, and then when she painted it, she added an extra element of light in it and everything. So there's like all these little stories upon stories, layers of this story, and it's not really what it looks like, but doesn't really matter, because in my home it just spurred on a feeling of thankfulness, you know what I mean? But we didn't really know the backdrop of it, and yet we hung it in our house anyway, and that's what makes me a little uncomfortable, because what if it was a worser story? What if some Satanist had, we'll never really know.
Right. The inspiration and intent of it.
Right. And so does that matter, though? Grace. That's right. It was called Grace. Thank you. Thank you, chessboard. Yeah. That painting was called Grace. Yep. That's right.
Interesting.
Old nursery rhyme. Loved my nursery rhyme. Still have original books. No, not damaged. Probably not. Probably only a little bit, Kim. Probably not a whole lot. Because we're all damaged goods. We is all damaged from this world. Mm-hmm. We've all been programmed. We've all Gen X, man. I think we really are connected because we all got brainwashed with the same shit. I really think that a lot of it is that. I mean, every generation probably does, but we really had only the same TV shows, the same music through the radio. You know what I mean? There was no internet. Like now kids, they brainwash themselves with whatever music they want to watch or whatever shows they want to watch. But we were subjected to everything. There's something different about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was propaganda that was placed on us, period.
Yes.
So anyway, ladies, I got it. I'm going to sleep. I'm falling asleep here in my chair.
Already?
Yeah.
Fine, yeah. Ricky. Good night.
I love you.
All right. It was good to have you here. Love you. Talk to you next time.
I enjoyed it. And everybody in chat, much love.
Yeah, we scared you off. I know.
Oh, I took notes and I'm still shaking. When you started talking about
we did good.
Yeah, when you started talking about big red trucks, I started listening.
Big red trucks, big truck, big truck, big truck.
All right, I love you guys.
Night, honey. Love you.
Good night.
Big truck, big truck, big red truck.
But look in private chat before you leave.
Oh, Ricky. Mm-hmm. Somebody wants your number. Ricky, don't lose that number. You don't want it on nobody else.
Well,
Send it all with a letter to yourself. Do, 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 do.
yeah.
Ricky, don't lose your number. Sorry.
So true.
Take me back to the 70s every time. The beautiful innocence of a child isn't the way we are meant to be in our hearts.
Okay,
It
so
is
I
the way,
responded.
And he responded, no.
Yeah,
Don't,
what the
don't
heck?
give him my number.
What does that
Not
man
that
want my number for?
asshole.
All right,
No,
good night.
kidding. It's all me. Bye. It's all me. Just being Henri. Call BR549. What am I missing?
Boy, there was one night, may have been New Year's Eve that he came up.
Ricky?
Yeah, and we ended it, and we sat and talked for hours. My daughter and I, and Ricky and his wife, well, his wife was telling him what for, but
She's in the background, right?
yes.
Yes. I think I was there.
Were you?
Maybe. No, I don't know.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Ricky did come up right around that time. I remember. I might have been lurking or something. But
Yeah. We have those nights where it's like, no, I can't even.
Yeah.
You can't even say hi.
Mm-hmm.
Then I gotta say hi to 20 people. I'm gonna miss that one person. Feel like a bitch, you know.
I know. I hate that because I
I'm
can't
the
type
worst.
fast enough as the hellos come, and so it's like, hello everybody.
Yeah, I tried to be that way for so long. I really tried to be like, I don't care. They all know. I'm just like, hey, everyone. But then, you know, when people start personalizing and you're just like, all right, me and Jerry Lee, we get each other. We don't always have to, but sometimes we do. You know what I mean? And he doesn't
Yes.
judge me and I don't judge him because we know we got each other, you know?
Yes.
Most people know that it's a pain in the ass to do that, but if they're going to do it, you have to do it. So
some people are amazing at it.
Oh,
you know what
those perfect people.
No, but I remember, and it's not in StreamYard. It's when I'm in chat. If I'm in chat on the computer, if you just start typing a name, it pops up. And so it kind of does it for you really quick. But
Right.
you can do that on the phone or if you're in StreamYard or.
Oh, yes. That's why no one's name was coming up. I was typing it in and I didn't even think long enough about it, but
Yeah.
I was like, that's weird. The name isn't popping up, but
some people are really quick with it no matter what. They just.
Yeah. I mean, we all have a second or two of delay or whatever. I can't stop reading what Kim wrote. The beautiful innocence of a child isn't that, and it must have been something we were talking about like 6 minutes ago. It's
she's saying,
our hearts.
yeah,
like that's a beautiful statement, Kim. It is.
Yes.
Oh, I now that you read it, I understand it better. Thank you for rereading because I misunderstood that the first. It is actually what she was saying, but go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
That's you know, we say child of God. We say pure of heart. It does all connect. But she put it really well.
Oh, so you want to hear something wild that I've been thinking about lately?
Always.
It's not the big red trucks. It's not like that wild. But
And sometimes we're rowdy children. It's okay.
but tomorrow I'm getting a big book in on Tartaria, and it has like stuff on star forts and all the things. Okay. So, I've been going down the rabbit hole of the Millennium Reign possibility. And there's a couple reasons why I really do think that that's probable, but I'm not going to hang my hat on it and say, yes, this is definitely what happened with Christ. Okay. But one of the things is that, well, a lot of it is just the buildings that are here, the cathedrals and the churches, and just these massive places of worship where we don't even worship anymore. But at one time, it seems like they must have been needed, to be built, right? These massive places of worship. So that's one reason. The other reason that I think it's probable is just because I know that we've been lied to about so much, and the timeline is probably just another thing. Of course, the word in Revelation, there's a lot there where Jesus says things like, some of you will not even taste death until I come back and resurrect, and there's all this. But lately, the one thing, somebody said something in a video I was watching about the saints and how, the likelihood of them really being here too in that millennium reign. And that's where the Catholics picked up so much of the saints and why they pray to the saints and everything, because I could never figure that out. Like, why is Saint Anthony the saint of this or that, and where did they get that from? That doesn't, Saint Francis of Assisi, always kind of could understand that one, that was the animal saint, animals came to and stuff like that. But
St. Jude was for protection, wasn't he?
I don't know, but I think so. But the point is that if that happened, then it would make sense with all that, with the saints, with how they all got attached with some kind of healing or place, and just that they were with Christ. And I don't know, it just made more sense to me. And I grew up Catholic. I mean, we were, people prayed to saints. They had their favorite patron saints and all that kind of stuff. And it never made sense to me. And then when I started to read the Bible myself and go to church, they talked about we're saints, we're the saints. And that just seemed that was a hard one to accept. That is true. A saved sinner is a saint, but when you're grown up hearing that saints are these special beings that we revere and as a Catholic prayed to.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the whole thing just kind of hit me like in a different light. So
yeah,
I know it sounds crazy to some people, but
well, and that's when somebody says you're a saint. No, I'm not. Don't. It's because you feel like that's way up there. Like,
right. Well, because they're saying it that way too. They're not saying it like, oh, you're a saved sinner. They're saying it like you're like an angel. You're so good.
Yeah, you're chosen. The Mormon Church calls their followers saints, and it's called the Church of Latter-day Saints.
That's
and
right.
They very much push this hierarchy where those said saints are above, they know more than everyone else, based on what prophets say. And keep in mind the word prophet with a PH is a dude. The word with an F is money, profit, right?
Right. I never really seen those two words like that. Like I can see all the words in my mind, like the word two. There's three of them, right? TOO, TWO, and TO.
Right.
And when somebody says a word, sometimes, I don't know, it just comes up in my mind. I can see the different spellings and stuff. And it's funny, I never really thought of but what does that make you feel like that it's?
Well, in the case of a lot of churches, that
Mhm.
claim to have prophets, or, you know, and that can go into cults of many varieties. Jim Jones, whatever.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they were after a prophet with an F. It could be money, could be power, could be point. You know, Jim Jones it was partially money, but I think he was just a huge parasite, like one of the biggest
Mhm.
tape farms ever. You know,
Yeah.
so it's relative, right? What is profit? What are you profiting? Are you profiting money? Are you profiting
Mhm.
control and power? Are you profiting? There's a reward
Mhm.
they do when they say you're like chosen in some of these. You're the last saints, and I
Mhm.
mean your idea about the millennial reign. I love that concept and that
Mhm.
train of learning.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm
Love it.
challenging. Yeah, thank you. I'm challenging my own faith because I am strong enough in my own faith to challenge it and research it, and I always have been. But in the beginning, I was trusting more and leaning more on those who researched before me, thinking that that was sufficient. You know,
Right.
trusting their timeline, trusting what the church has said regarding the timeline. Period. That's where I'm questioning everything as far as my faith in Christ is not going to waver. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It doesn't matter if he came already in the millennium reign and all of that, other than, oh, are we about to face Armageddon? I mean, I'm not dwelling on that either. Pre-rapture, post-trib, all that stuff, all distractions. Nobody really knows. We can study it and we can discuss it. And that's why we do this, because I don't know. But I'm not trusting them anymore. I'm not trusting people who during COVID didn't stand up to God with God's laws. They bowed to man's. Therefore, they lost their credibility with me. And I have to find out for myself what dang timeline we might be in.
But that same complacency isn't that what it would be if you were trusting others who had studied before you to be correct? And so isn't that kind of the same thing we're doing with the government, or we have in the past, is trusting them to do what they're supposed to do
Nobody
for
trusts them.
benefit?
Well, like Trump right now? You think?
No, I'm talking about the whole government
I
all
think
the way through.
is complacency, Bonnie. I mean, that is like, to me, the word in your statement. It's we have all become complacent.
Yes.
Yes.
Good night, chessboard.
Night, chessboard.
Night, chessboard. God bless you.
Hey, blue butterfly. Yeah, and that topic can be a real wigger for some people. I realize it, because even when I first was presented it by some other people, you know, it just sounds ludicrous, and it just sounds like okay, here's some Christians that are on a whole nother path, you know. But it's like, for me, when I first became a Christian, I was involved with Calvary Chapels. They're pre-tribulation. Now, I'm not saying I didn't just trust them. I studied too, but I was studying a lot of the same material that the Calvary Chapel pastors were studying. Chuck Missler, and, you know, certain like Spurgeon, and or, you know, this version over that version, like the Schofield Bible, right? And so their stance is pre-tribulation, like the church is going to get taken out. I liked, when I studied on that, what I was finding seemed like, yeah, this seems legit. But again, I've known over the years, you can about get the Bible to say anything you want when you're picking and choosing And
Yes.
I'm not saying I was doing that, but I kind of was, right? Like I was. So with the Millennium Reign, I realized like that possibility can be there too, where the more I look into it, the more it lines up. But if they're both lining up, well, only one of them can be the truth, or neither one of them is the truth. And all of this stuff is just like breadcrumbs for us to be finding and stay distracted and stay divided. And how much of that does that really matter? Because at the end of the day, to unite together and actually take our country back, we have to set aside all of it and just say, okay, are we willing to just overlook what you believe and what I believe to move forward and to get on the same page and to get something done?
Well, the Bible can be used as a weapon against you. It can be used to manipulate. It can be used to control.
That's what most people see today, don't you think? I mean,
Yes.
most of us are seeing that. I mean, I believe that the Bible still saves souls today, no matter what version you have. God can speak through his word, but it's a lot of times it's the people that people experience that turn them off. But if they were to just read the word themselves, I think they would be pleasantly surprised, especially when you just read the red. Read the red. I don't care what. You read the red, get close to Jesus. All the other stuff don't matter that much. It really doesn't. Because the Holy Spirit is with us. The Holy Spirit is alongside people, so it's said. But then when people want to really have the truth in them, I believe the Holy Spirit is truth too. That right? Isn't Jesus the truth? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Jesus fulfilled the Word. He was the God-man, came in the flesh and fulfilled it all. I don't think it's a made-up story that people just wanted to fuck with us about. I really don't. I've had a Jesus experience that'll never be taken from me. And my husband too, and our whole marriage and our whole lives. We've had so many Jesus experiences. I can't chalk it up to mysticism. I can't chalk it up to, the universe and stuff like that. I can't, it was
Right.
beyond that. I was into that all mysticism and New Age and stuff. But I think there's a lot about New Age that is true Christianity that gets taken for not right. Like just take plants, for example. God's medicine. The church is still under big pharma. That's where the Calvary Chapels disappointed me the most.
We're kind of like full circle again between the earthly realm and the spiritual realm, because there are things true with herbs being medicines and natural remedies, and connecting in understanding the churches in each of us, as well
Right.
as these like I think that the black and white thinking, in other words, all or nothing, that's what I struggle with. Like I can't do all or nothing. I think
what?
there are shades of gray in there as far as how everything is completely connected, and a lot of staunch Christian-based things try to take away the values of nature. Look at the witch trials. Okay, now
Right.
think about it. Those of us who use herbs as medicine, who use marijuana as medicine, who use basil or oregano, or understand how different mushrooms work or whatever, same thing. And I mean, there were obviously ranges in there as well. Obviously there were some that were whack, okay? But I just mean like that when you start splitting it up to where who made money, well, can't have people curing shit with nature. At right around this time, they're starting to figure out some of that science you got to trust, and pharmacia comes up out of this, and they find their ways to patent all of this. Yes, blue butterfly, triple plus pepper, man. So I guess the black and white to me, I'm like, man, there's a cultural significance to how we see this also.
They'd have burned us at the stake, Roots. They'd have fucking burned us at the stake, both of us, all of us. I mean, it's true. You think I don't know that? I mean, I live in this county of a lot of naturalists, a lot of herbalists, a lot of really good people, a lot of good women, good men. They know their shit. They can help heal people with real natural medicine. And yet my church, I can't serve the kids. You guys know I've talked about this lots of times. And I'm not comfortable enough to even ask my pastor if I could talk to the congregation or leave some literature about assembly, right? And having a political meeting after church like it used to happen.
Right.
Because that's not where the church is at today. The church is at where you come in, you listen, it's music, and you listen to one person do one study, and we're not having discussions. No, we just listen. People aren't sharing testimonies. I've been to lots of different churches, they all function differently.
Right.
But I wanted to be part of something where I could show people, yes, normal people like me go to church, people that swear and smoke pot and just work hard. And,
right.
And it has been good for the people that I know that do go to church. Like my friend Elaine is going to church now, and Star is going to church now, and they're happy. They're happy to be in church. They love it, but we're not going to love everything about it. I'm not going to agree with everything, and I'm not going to be brainwashed by the church. They know dang well where I stand, because I don't lie to them. Like some of the people I know that are serving, I know they smoke weed. I'm like, oh, I see you, whatever. But
is weed the real sin? I think it's in people's hearts and intents in their minds and how they treat others, No,
I don't think it's a sin, but my pastor thinks it's a sin, and he's in Humboldt County. He's from Arizona. He come to Humboldt County. He's not the only one. Them and a lot of the law enforcement that are in my church, they're not down with God's law. They're a lot of them work jobs that have to do with incarcerating people. And I love first responders. I respect my police and stuff like that. It's just that when you're putting court and police officers and CHPs and all these people that are taking innocent people and incarcerating them for things when they never hurt anybody else, they shouldn't be in jail, period.
Right.
At all. That's where the church is today. They're a mess. It's a mess.
But the churches also see sins differently. They believe different things are sins. I've noticed in different churches. Some you cannot drink alcohol or smoke cigarettes. Those are sins.
Right.
Some you cannot wear pants or makeup.
Right. That's Pentecostal. Mm-hmm.
That's sins.
Right.
And so
Seventh-day Adventists.
Everything we do is a sin. If you
Right.
listen to each one of them.
Right. Yeah. Good point.
Right.
So that's why a lot of my friends don't want to go to church. And a lot of people here, I've heard for years, people just have a lot of times have put in the chat, I'll never go into church again, or my church is this, or my church is that. I'm not judging people if they don't go to church. I'm saying my husband and I made a commitment to go early on in our marriage, and that's why we go. I never agreed to have to go along with everything my church puts out.
Right.
Because I don't. I'm me.
It's a commitment that you made, and
yeah.
I don't think anyone here would begrudge you that at all. And we all see, the pitfalls, some of the things they do and agendas and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
Just know deep down the Spirit is in you, the Holy Ghost is what the Mormons call it. And it's basically like your gut feeling in your stomach. The Holy Ghost was that. And
yes.
we all have that. you know?
Yeah. And if I was grown up in a religion like that, I mean, Catholic was pretty religious, and I was repulsed by it, you know. And some of you may or may not know this, but at the time when I was saved, I was living with a woman, and she got me to read the Bible. And it was just the craziest situation, because I told her, I'm not going to read that effing book. I don't want nothing to do with that. I would cuss GD. Was swearing. I was such a heathen. Oh my gosh. I didn't want nothing to do with God. I really didn't. I was such a bad girl. And she was heartbroken and like cried when I'd say GD. She'd get so upset. And she convinced me to just read the book. I read the book of Matthew, you know, and it really just was like, wow. I mean, it was so intense for me just reading that in my own quiet time, shutting out the rest of the world and just trying to read one gospel, you know, and it was so intense, and I'll never forget it. And a lot of that Catholic stuff, she worked through that with me too. She's like, yeah, no, we don't need to go to a priest for confession. No, we don't have to. You're not supposed to call another person father. We don't worship Mary. We don't worship saints. I mean, this was all the stuff that I grew up with. And I was like, I didn't want anything to do with religion. And then I understood religion is what nailed Jesus to the cross. The way those Jews were, they couldn't stand that Jesus did stuff on the Sabbath. He healed someone on the Sabbath. He let that whore wash his feet with her hair. You know, they couldn't stand that either. I mean, they were just like some really self-righteous pricks, you know? And I just remember crying and be like, why are they crucifying Jesus? Like, I could not figure it out, you know, in the storyline. And so, I don't know. It just was a great experience to read it as an adult. I think I was like 25 or 23. I don't even remember. But it did had a big, it wasn't like, oh, I want to believe this book. And I didn't really experience a lot of, I had a healing one time. I was in the shower. I had taken some bad drugs. I don't know what it was in it, but my tooth was hurting like hell. It was all messed up. All my teeth, my whole jaw, everything. And I remember praying and just having that totally go away, and just so many instances. I mean, I could go on, but and I don't see how it could have just been like the universe and stuff, you know, because I was doing that kind of talking before and believing that just destiny and things like that. And I still do believe in destiny, but I just believe more that Christ is real and legitimate. No matter what people do to desecrate that book and to turn people away from Christ, I think people can find Christ wherever they're at, however Christ wants to meet them.
Yeah.
You know,
in each of us. Yes. And
absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. When it happened to me, it didn't have anything to do with the Bible.
No. What happened?
I was done.
With yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that happened to me too. I mean, I really had to look at my sins of the past and just what I had done with my life too. And just, I was not happy with some of the choices I made.
No, I was done with life.
Oh, you were suicidal? Like in Minecraft?
He said, no, you're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good. Well, I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad you're all here. Let's all endure, keep on keeping on. And no matter what we believe and stuff, I love y'all. I don't judge people for if they don't think like me. Like that's not my aim. That's not why I started streaming. I started streaming to hear other people's opinions, to hear other people's stories, to hear how other people get through stuff. You know, how's things in your town and what's going on? I mean, here we are, we're still doing it. So,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, too many people who never read the Bible tell people, oh, yeah. And you can always see them coming a mile away, too, when they want to tell, oh, yeah, I've read the Bible. Oh, yeah, how long did it take you? Because it takes a long time to read the Bible, let me tell you. It is not a short book, okay? Yeah, a year if you're reading 3 chapters a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It takes a long time, but
that's what's funny about mainstream religions. They tell you which parts to read. You know, they'll focus on this chapter and verse and this lesson and that lesson, and you know, front to back. It's a riveting book. Like you get up to like Deuteronomy. Okay, so Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, totally fun. Get to Deuteronomy and it's all genealogy, and it gets really boring because it's like so-and-so begat so-and-so, so-and-so begat so-and-so, but you got to keep going. Just push through, you know, and see it for what it is, you know.
I just watched a video by this guy. I can't remember what his name was, but he gave a very famous lecture about the Constitution. And of course, he was talking about the driver's license and car registry and everything. But he said that our Constitution is 67% of Deuteronomy, because that's where Moses, you know, was it his uncle or no, his father-in-law, Jethro, saw him being the one judge. And he's like, what is this thing you do? Because he was all day judging people. And that's how they set up the whole, you know, 100 people over 50, over 10, you know, the structure of government is there in Deuteronomy. It's all, you know, how we could self-govern. That's what's the real burn about churches forsaking the law, God's law, because when you read in the Bible, it's very important to God. His law is very important. So for the church to just not even encourage to assemble right now, I mean, I hope everybody's ready to hear the call to Allah 5 times a day, like in Patterson, New Jersey right now, because the Muslims took over that town and also 60 other municipalities. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to look around at every country that's coming in here trying to rule over us right now. China's all infiltrated in our government. Russia hacks us. Like every country, they just will keep coming at us in all the ways they can to grift off us, right? Because they know we're not paying attention. We're not paying attention.
We are paying attention. The thing is there's nothing new under the sun. Ra.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Solomon. Nothing
Read
new.
that today. Ecclesiastes 3, chapter 3. The whole thing.
Right? So what is this cycle that we're in, really? You know, and I think it's in that sense, I think that a lot of our struggles are existential anguish, each one of us. We see our own demise. We've got to find a way to organize it in our human minds. We find comfort wherever that comes, you know. At the end of the day, none of us really know. So then we bring in faith. You know, and I'm not dogging faith or any of these processes. I'm just breaking down what I think we're all in the process of, you know. And like, imagine people during the Black Death, and I don't know, what was it, like 1/3 of the population gone. Imagine what they were thinking. This has got to be a sign from the Bible. This is it. This is that chapter of Revelation, right?
Right. Oh, how many times, right? How many generations thought that? Or how many generations did it actually happen to? Are we replaying this? Are we in hell? Are we in Sheol? Where are we, you know? Sorry if I interrupted you there. Because you were asking a question, but but I didn't mean to interrupt.
I heard Bonnie chirp. What were you thinking, Bonnie?
Oh, sorry, Bonnie.
I was just, yes. And then I read John's comment, and whatever I was saying yes to just went.
Well, I guess like trying to figure out when we are in, especially with biblical prophecy, that's, dude, every
Right.
generation has had some kind of sign or war or plague or shit in the sky that made them all go, this is it. This is the sign that it says.
Right.
And so we really don't know. And that's why I think, have your own self in order, your own house in order, your own self in order.
Yep.
Chances are we're not going to really see it. Maybe we will, biblically, maybe.
Right.
I think, I don't know, but you're right. It's been over and over and over. Look at Noah. That was like everything wiped out.
Right.
Supposedly,
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Can you imagine being only left with your family? Oh my gosh, that doesn't sound pleasant.
Yeah. How do you procreate?
Although, if
Yeah.
I was stuck in a miniature, I mean, I am in a miniature San Francisco, which is the closest thing to Sodom and Gomorrah, and it is pretty bad. Which would be worse, to be just on Earth with you and your family, or to be populated by a lot of evil around you, because it was pretty dark times. But these times are pretty dark. Oh, and that's the other thing, talking about millennium reign. That's the biggest thing that makes me think that we may have passed it, is that we would be in Satan's little season, and it's so dirty. And everywhere I look, it's the more we uncover. I mean, what if this whole thing is all just not? What if it all does go south? What if we're just being played? And what if there is not a lot of good things happening, and it's just getting darker and darker? That would make sense too for the times that we're in. But I don't know.
So is the Muslim religion, do they all really believe what they believe? They don't believe in Jesus at all, do they?
No, I think they believe in his existence, but he doesn't have a prominent place. It's Allah. It's Abraham's other kid with his mistress or his maid. Right. Love you, Cheryl. Let's just see that comment. No, they don't believe in Jesus. Like with Mormons, isn't it? The Mormons think Jesus is Lucifer's brother, right? Roots, is that right? And then, but with the Muslims, I don't know. I know they have a promise, but not the covenant.
And so, does that make them evil?
Well, people aren't evil just based on what they believe, are they?
I don't know. I mean, if it's okay to just accuse someone of looking the wrong way and stoning them to death, isn't that just out and out?
Well, that's a different question. I mean, yeah, that's evil, but like not believing in Jesus, there's a lot of people that don't believe in Jesus that aren't evil.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying, it seems to me, listening to the things that they do, that there's no heart, there's no compassion, there's no empathy, nothing. It's like their way or no way.
Right. Now, I mean, we're talking about extremes on either side. It does split off from Abrahamic religions. So there was Isaac and Ishmael, and Isaac broke off, and Isaac's son was Jacob, who we know became Israel. So I think some of these names are actually full-on places, not just an individual person. But
Right.
Ishmael was the son from Hagar, the concubine of Abraham. And that's where we end up with, I believe, Islam. Now, I'm like, for real, I'm not sure if it's Islam or Muslim, but I think it's Islam. And they do recognize Jesus as a prophet. They think there have been many, including, Muhammad. And so they see like several of them all being relevant, but none higher than the other.
Right, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Now, zealots see different things, and you get into.
Well, Muhammad is their greatest prophet, though, isn't it? Isn't he?
Yes, correct. And they're all still sons of Abraham, which is
Right.
very interesting if you think about it. It goes right into the base split in the Abrahamic religions, which we're feeling right now, is from Isaac to Jacob, which is Israel, and then the Ishmael, who became the father with Muhammad. Now, I don't know if it's Muslim or Islam. Someone in the chat might know. I think it's Islam, but I'm not.
It is Islam, and they're Muslims. Muslims follow Islam. Muslims follow Islam. That's how it is. They're just
I don't
called.
want to appropriate anyone. I'm not.
Right. I'm going to drop a link in the chat, you guys, for a guy's ministry that he came to my church a long time ago. And his ministry is called Glad News for Muslims. And he was an Egyptian man. He was a lawyer from Egypt, and he grew up Muslim. And he has a ministry right now to speak to Muslims about Christ and Christianity. That's his ministry. And what's really beautiful when he came to share at our church is that I learned more about the promise. God made a promise with Ishmael, with Abraham, sorry. But the covenant was with Jacob, right? Was with Israel, so he had the two sons. So that was, but the distinguishment that I learned is that the covenant is with Abraham's son Isaac, and then the promise was with Ishmael.
Interesting. So
yeah,
with Isaac's sons and
a different promise. It was a different promise, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So the promise with Abraham was that through Isaac, Abraham would have as many descendants as the stars in the sky, as the sand in the sea.
12 tribes come from. Those are
right,
the 12.
right. But with Ishmael, there was a different promise, and I can't remember what it is, but I'm going to put. It's called Glad News for Muslims, and so if anyone wants to know more about it, he is a beautiful man. His wife and him. And I love that message too, of like, just share Christ with Muslims, because that is our best hope, as far as just, wanting to have peace, like that, if these two religions aren't going anywhere, most likely. So what is the most logical thing to do?
Same father. The cube,
right.
the 8-sided cube that is, Mecca, they're both the Abrahamic spot, and there is a split somewhere in intent, perhaps, but it's interesting to think. Abraham, I think, is Noah's, I don't know if it's fourth or seventh or third, or someone in chat might know, a great grandson, fulfilling these generational roles, and we are literally fulfilling them right now, literally. Wait, Kim said, sorry, Bonnie.
That's okay.
Muhammad came on the scene 400 years after Christ from the bloodline of Israel, the illegitimate son of Abraham. Yeah, from Hagar. Yeah.
So maybe that's why the lineage part, to get us to pay attention to the lineage later on. Like,
Okay, here we go. I'm trying God's covenant with Abraham. I'm trying to find his promise to Ishmael.
Well, Bonnie, that's where the 12 tribes of Israel come through. On the Christian side, we're talking Christian and Muslim, Islam interweaving, but the Christian side, that's where the 12 tribes, like the story of Joseph and his magic coat.
Right. Yep, that's right.
That all manifests into the 12 tribes.
No, Jacob was
Jacob was the father. Jacob
right.
was the father of Joseph.
That's right.
Joseph.
But Joseph's one line. Joseph's the Joseph and Benjamin. Right. I'm getting all confused now, and it's 1:00 in the morning. But we're getting
later than that.
heavy topics here. Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. No, it's awesome. It's good. It's so good. I love to talk about all the things. I'm gonna want to read the Book of Enoch sometime too.
It's so good. Totally read it.
Yeah, I just read it. Yeah, it's wild stuff, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, this is a great website too. John put one in there too. Yaqub Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
Wasn't Ishmael promise? Hi, Annalisa. Wasn't Ishmael? I gotta call you. Wasn't Ishmael promise that his descendants would be a great nation? Probably something like that. That sounds about right.
Both of them were. That's the weird thing. Ishmael and Isaac, both sons of Abraham, received these promises, and that's why we are seeing the skirmishes we're in right now.
But according to Sammy, Isaac received a covenant, which is, I mean, if we're going to rate these things, right, the covenant is higher up. The promise is still, God still keeps his promises. But I don't know what the difference is. I have to study up on this because I've tried to explain this a couple times and I don't have Ishmael's promise down at all.
Right.
But I do want to learn it better. Why God chose Isaac. God's covenant with Abraham. Yeah, why doesn't he have it here as maybe it's under there. Oops.
It's an interesting split that it's divided a lot of countries and ideologies in the Western world forever, and Near East,
Sure. Yeah.
God
and
bless.
people dig in. They dig in so hard they can't even have a conversation like this,
That's where it happened. For better or worse, whatever, but that's where it happened.
Yeah. God,
all the fights in the Middle East
It's true. That's what my husband will always say. He's like, this has been going on a lot longer than most of y'all realize. This is
Yeah.
you're talking about a family feud that goes back a couple thousand years. So
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
Are you tired, Miss Bonnie?
Yes.
Yes. You ready to shut her down? Roots and I'll bail out of here so fast. Say
I
goodnight.
know.
You
Y'all,
go.
y'all desert me quick.
I
Yeah.
I can hear her fading, right? You can hear her just kind of waning. And there's a yes every once in a while, but that's about it anymore. So,
Yep. My brain's going mush.
oh man. Well, can I say a prayer for us all?
Sure.
Oh, Ruts. She'll still be
Appreciate
listening.
it.
That little booger. Oh, I love her so much. God, thank you
I do
for
too.
Virginia Roots and all these people in the chat. And for Miss Bonnie, Lord, we all lift her up to you and pray that you just keep providing her the comfort and peace and just your presence, God, in her home. And pray for Roots and for my family, her family, all our families, God, and for our spiritual journey, Lord. We all want the truth. And I just pray you will continue to give that to us. Thank you for the ability to talk to each other here and to love each other and to count on each other. Thank you for Bonnie. And we love you, God. In Jesus' name, I pray these things. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Good night, sweet lady. I sure do love you.
Love you too. Thank you so much for coming up. All of you.
Thank you for hosting.
You're welcome.
You're the hostess with the mostest. Bye.
Bye. Excuse me. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Get some rest. See you tomorrow at Cola's. Cola will be live tomorrow night. Love y'all. God bless you. Stay safe. Keep your eyes open. Good night.